So we're live. Um, this is gonna seem weird, but and ridiculous maybe on a lot of levels, but this is the very first ever Alaboom that's ever going to be done, where Norm Macdonald is no longer with us in the land of the living. So, and that sucks because that guy was hilarious.
Yeah, he was one of the good ones, one of the good comics.
So we'll just I'm going to start things off with just reading some. If you go to normjokes.com, you can just there's a refresh button. You can just sit there and listen and read the jokes. But it says that said earlier this week, Aaron Jackson of Topeka, Kansas, painted his house the colors of the Gay Pride rainbow flag in direct protest to the Westboro Baptist Church. When that didn't seem to work, Jackson three of his best buds on his front lawn. So, and then I'm just gonna, and throughout the evening, I'm just gonna interject with jokes from this. So it is. Growing up, I never would have believed that one day I need a computer just to masturbate. He said, I saw my little nephew and he asked me, where would be the worst place to get a bug bite? I thought about it and said, maybe the eye? Where do you think? And he said, Brazil. Anyway, I'm here all night, folks. Hopefully, Grant, when he comes on, I want to be able to talk a little bit with him, because like he actually let's hang out and talk with him. I'd like to explore that a little bit. And,
Yeah, I remember him telling the story about that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is Grant going to be on, or is he on tour?
Well, I hope he will be. But
so harsh.
Research shows the obesity epidemic is primarily affecting lower income Americans. No lower income Americans can be reached for comment because they were busy waddling around Six Flags, gnawing on a giant turkey flag, and waiting in line to buy an airbrushed Yosemite Sam tank top.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. And so I'm sure there's a lot of internet sleuths who have done this as well, but so it's as information is slowly being leaked out, sounds like he was suffering from cancer for almost a decade.
Yeah.
He didn't tell any of his family, any of his friends. The only person that he shared it with was his like manager, his like production, and basically he was a business, obviously. Yeah. And then so he had his manager or and that's the only person that he shared his diagnosis with. And but other than that, he kept it to himself. And they've leaked, somebody found an interview that he had where he remarked that he talked about when people say, oh, you battled cancer and stuff like that. And he said, they're so brave, they battled cancer. And he said that, like, he goes, I just don't think that's not bravery. And then he referenced, there's a movie that based on a totally true story about a guy that thought his brother was going to die, an elderly man. So he got on his riding lawnmower in real life and he rode his riding lawnmower because he didn't have a car, and he rode it to go see his brother. And so and they made a movie about that. And he remarked that the actor, the person that they based that story on, like as far as like the screenplay or something like that, got nominated for an Oscar and he didn't win. But at the time he was suffering from cancer. And they remarked that but nobody knew because he kept it a secret and he kept it to himself. He didn't tell anybody about it. And then he eventually, when the pain got so great, and I'm not saying Norm Macdonald took his own life, I don't believe he did, but that gentleman, he said that gentleman took his own life, and he left a note saying, this is why I'm doing it. I didn't want to tell anybody about my illness because I didn't want you all to treat me differently. He said, I didn't want you to he didn't want to affect their lives. He didn't want to do any things like that. And and then he said that's brave. He's like, facing something alone and not burdening your friends and family with your diagnosis. And it's just, that's eerie. He mentioned that when he did the exact same thing. And
if you look back, he did a lot of death jokes.
Yeah.
He did.
And then what is it? Anthony Jeselnik, I'm not trying to pronounce his name wrong. He said, having cancer for 9 years and not telling anyone is the most fucking Norm Macdonald thing to do of all time.
I lived through that through 3 people. It's not fun. Cancer shit.
No. So anyway,
I mean, that's a long time. 10 years. I mean, my mom died in 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine went
short,
quick too. Yeah, 2-3 months.
Now she might have been living with it for a long time and didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean, she might have just been ignoring it or something.
So I'm going to normjokes.com, and here I'll just say, a man in France tried to rob a bank using underwear as a mask. The cops put him in jail right after a quick debriefing. But these are actual Norm jokes. I'll be interjecting every once in a while with the Norm jokes. Hey, Scott.
You can tell the youthful joke, the dolphin joke.
Yeah.
The dolphin joke?
No.
You have to make up a long nonsensical story first, and then.
Well, that's a shaggy dog. The shaggy dog story. That's like an old.
Or the moth.
The moth, or the thing where he said that what was it? He goes into the place and he orders a Polish sausage. The guy says he must be Polish, and he's like, why? Because they're a little Polish sausage. If somebody ordered, sauerkraut, would they be German? If they ordered a Belgian waffle, would they be Belgian? If they ordered French toast, are they French? It's like, why is it that since I ordered Polish sausage, you say and he goes much longer, and he goes, well, for one, you're in a hardware store. I was raised in a broken home. My father was a drunk carpenter.
He had some good jokes.
He was hilarious, and yeah, he was. I
rewatched the Turd Ferguson Jeopardy bit.
Yep.
Because that's not my name.
That's not my name.
That's not my name.
Turd.
I'll take ape tit for 100.
Turd
ape tit.
Ferguson, and then like one of the very petite déjeuner.
I'll take ape tit for 1,000. I'll take the condom thing for 100. Condiments. That's condiments. So great.
Oh,
that makes me laugh, crying, laughing.
I loved how
I wanted more of that, Burt Reynolds.
Oh, I know. And then one of the last ones they ever did is Celebrity Jeopardy. He just showed up and they had him on. Like, it was just like, and they were like, he wasn't one of the 3. Yeah. And it was Final Jeopardy, and we have Turd Ferguson is here. Yeah. And he's just there. Where did you get a podium? How did you get here?
And I found something I'd never seen before, where he's Bob Dole on Real World.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see that? It's like a Real World. I mean, they even have like a Kurt Loder segment.
Oh, yeah.
Before then it goes into the real world, and it's like 6 strangers living together. When things start getting real, like, and then it's like Bob Dole's like the 6th one. Did you see? You're sitting in Bob Dole's chair.
Did you see that Bob Dole actually sent out a tweet and said that, it showed a picture of him standing next to, and he just said, it's like, he's like, I found his. I think he basically was like, I found his impersonation of me to be hilarious, and he seemed like he was just such a dear, sweet man, and it was just like, it's like, I will miss him. It was just, it sounds like nobody has anything bad to say about him. So
I don't know, like, it's weird. Like, I saw some people saying they didn't like him. I'm like, what's wrong? What can you not like about the guy? I mean, I guess he.
You mean on a personal level, or
comedy? Was he a bad person? I don't think so.
He was he was kind of
provocative.
he
I
was
heard it
kind
could
of
be gruff
he was
at times.
unflinching, you know.
Yeah.
So one of the things I really liked about him was
OJ.
he was when he was on the what was it, when he was on the Last Comic Standing or whatever, there was like a comedian that came up and like did a whole like a set that just like trashed on Christians, like, and made fun of like Christianity and made fun of Christians and stuff like that. You can find the clip. And like Roseanne is one of the judges too, and she was like, "Oh, I thought it was so brave that you would take those stands and things like that." And he was just like, "I don't think that's brave at all." He's like, you know, it's just like, and he just basically that he spends like 2-3 minutes just ripping the guy apart. And he's
Oh,
like,
yeah, okay. Oh yeah,
he's
he
just-
treated Courtney Thorne-Smith pretty bad on the Conan.
yeah,
And
that was
like
pretty good.
chairman of the board.
Is it
That's spelled
B-O-R-E-D?
B-O-R-E-D. But
I've got a new title for it. Box office poison.
Yeah, box office. It is. Well, it was her and Carrot Top, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll call it box office poison.
That sounds
Yeah, that was
like-
pretty rude.
Yeah, he
I
was.
mean,
pretty
it's
rude.
her segment, and he was all trashing it.
Somebody like Seth Meyers like said that the like his brand of humor or something was like poor and this, that, and the other thing, and like there was some interviewer asking Norm about that, and so what do you got to say about that? And he's just like, I don't know about you, but you know, when I'm thinking about whether or not a joke is good or not, or what I should do or not, I think, what would Seth Meyers do? just like it's just like the perfect. Yeah, I don't do anything without considering whether or not Seth Meyers would approve. It was just like the perfect amount of like sarcasm and like drollness and just like, yeah, that I don't give a shit.
The movie made 180,000 at the box office.
Yeah.
I sent the link to Lincoln, by the way. They're in country.
Oh yeah,
country.
Indianapolis.
So
I'm probably exhausted, but
my wife has
They flew in
her
today.
my wife
Yeah.
has her bicycle. The
Oh,
bicycle.
sweet! You got the bicycle?
Yeah, I drove to.
oh, thank God, I was losing sleep.
Yeah, well, I know you. So no,
I forgot about the
I
bicycle.
drove
So
to
did
I
I,
drove
Scott.
to I drove to Mankato, Minnesota, and went to this super cool. I will say, not that to the like 0.1% chance that somebody actually would know this, but if you need to buy a bicycle, I would say that the people at the Nicolette Bike Shop in Mankato, Minnesota, are some of like the nicest people in the world. I got
Cool.
there and they were just like, you know, I called ahead and I pre-ordered that bike, and they're like, yeah, no, totally. Yeah, oh, no, you're the guy that drove in from Moorhead. And there was like guys like, dude, I told you this guy would be awesome. Look, he's awesome. And I was just like, and then they looked and they were like, do you have a dog in your car? I was like, yeah, I drove down with my dog. And he's like, oh, bring her in, bring the dog in. It's fine. You know, she can have the run of the place. And they like were giving her treats and stuff. And then they had to like, you know, they were like, we're just going to get it up on the rack and, you know, make sure everything's fine and just do some quick adjustments to it. And he's like, you want a beer? You want to hang out for a while? And yeah, just super cool bunch
Free
of
beers from the bike shop.
yeah. I had a nice wheat ale while I was there, and just and then I asked him for like directions to a good place to get a cheesecake, because my wife wanted a cheesecake, and they were like, oh, you got to go to this place, it's awesome. You know, it's like,
Cheesecake Factory. Yeah.
no, it was it's like it was like
Suck.
some local bakery type thing. Two ladies ran it, and
You know, I used to hate the Cheesecake Factory, but now I've found a few things that I like there, and I've
I'm not
ordered
a
them.
fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of them loud places. Like,
Oh, we don't ever go there.
yeah.
yeah.
order
Oh
from-
no,
Oh,
I wouldn't.
God.
I
Oh,
would
God,
never.
I first of all, I don't see how it's so busy all the time. Like
Yeah,
the Cheesecake
that's-
Factory in Dallas is always a minimum hour wait. Minimum.
That's how ours is. up
Sometimes
here.
it's 2. And I'm just like, let's get out of here. No, I'm not waiting 2 hours.
Yeah. But yeah, Jen took
That's
me
cool.
to Hard Rock Cafe once. That was the first and last time.
Yeah,
will
the
ever
Hard Rock
go to
Cafe is
that.
bad.
Oh man.
So
That's
here you
bad
go.
food.
Horses must love that they're the go-to animals, and say a guy has a huge penis. I bet giraffes have a huge penis. I'm sure of it. But let's face it, no one's ever going to say that guy is hung like a giraffe unless his penis is yellow and has brown spots on it. In which case, who cares how big his penis is? He has weeks to live.
So good.
Normjokes.com.
So how did he get away with not telling anybody for 10 years? He has a family, right? He has kids.
Yeah, he has a son, and but he's not married. So I mean, I'm sure it was just one of those
Well, I
things
mean,
where,
the mother of his children.
yeah, I
He
mean,
talked to
but
her.
just kept it to himself. I mean, like you don't have to divulge
That's
any medical
super.
information.
That's super inside. I mean,
that would be super tough.
how does a celebrity? I mean, I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to think about it, actually.
Yeah,
You have to go
No,
through a
I
bunch of
mean-
shit though to hide it, right?
Oh, yeah, you're going through that shit yourself.
I mean, did he go through chemo? Did he lose his hair?
No, he never did. I mean, so who knows? You know, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, and I this is one of those things where you expect maybe the information will come out later, but I'm pretty sure it won't. I'm pretty sure it'll just like, you know, he did say something like when Jonathan Winters passed away, he said like at the Laugh Factory, he said they were talking about funerals, and he's like, you know, when when my funeral happens, he's like, I want everybody to just be bawling their eyes out, and like David Letterman was talking to him, and he's like, because they were just doing an interview, and he said, yeah, I mean, it's like he's like, you don't want it to be like people having fun and like celebrating it. No, I want them to just be devastated. He's like, you know, there'll be plenty of days in the future for you to have your parties. I mean, that's going to be for me. I want you to be really, really sad. It's just like, just he was absolutely one of a kind. Like literally, like you in the way that he told jokes and the way that he did his thing. There's like, you know, only he could really do it, right? I mean, it was just like I don't think anybody could do the same thing. I don't know. I just
So I finished up season 3 at Get Shorty tonight.
So did that just? So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. Is that just without? I'll just say this: cops investigating. Is that how it ends?
Correct.
Okay,
but that's yeah. I mean, have you seen that season?
Yeah, I've watched all. I've watched all 3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah. It ends where he's standing looking at a pool, and there's a coyote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I've seen all 3 of those.
That show gets freaking dark, man.
Oh, it's so dark.
Jesus. I didn't realize it was going to be that. I thought it was going to be more like lighthearted.
Oh, I mean, it is in parts, but it definitely does not pull punches. I mean, it definitely
especially that season 3.
No, season 3 was rough.
I was like, oh, that happened. I kind of suspected it might.
Yeah, and then
I was surprised when it happened.
And then you were supposed to think that like his buddy, you were supposed to think like his buddy, like the Mormon guy, was going to be kind of like the rudder, you know, but he's also like,
oh, he's just as bad.
Yeah. And
it's got a Sopranos vibe, like, but I like them characters better than Sopranos.
Yeah. And Ray Romano's amazing in it. I would have
sort of faded away. I've sort of lost interest in his storyline. Just because I was just not interested in that.
In season 3, he just kind of
he meanders.
He was so one note, you know. I mean,
yeah, they didn't give him anything. I'm hoping. Is there a season 4? It's been a while.
So they're saying it, like, obviously with COVID, they haven't been able to do it, and there's like everybody wants to do it. Like all the actors and the people that made it, they all want to do another season, and it's most likely gonna be the last season.
Yeah, but they need to give. I mean, they kind of opened the door for Ray Romano in the final season, but like, okay, well, there needs to be another season.
Yeah, I mean, all I gotta say is, I mean, I understand, you know, just waiting and being patient and something like that. I mean, I am sick and tired of these shows like Ted Lasso that just don't give me all 10 episodes right away, so I can just go through.
Can't binge them.
Yeah. I mean,
but I do like the Ted Lasso show. I mean, it gives me something to look forward to on Fridays.
Yep, absolutely.
I got nothing else.
I find I remember the storyline.
It is a weekly thing for me and Michelle.
Yeah. Like, no, Ted Lasso might be the best show.
It's delightful.
It might be the best show to watch right now.
Although I read somewhere that since the last episode, people were saying they should, like some writers had said they should have done that. And I'm like, well, you gotta make the story move.
I mean,
you gotta make the story keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I think they need to. I don't know what I mean. Once again, no spoilers, but
hopefully I want it to be like 3 seasons done.
I mean, you have to have them. It's so. Do you remember the old? And this is like 1,000 years ago. Do you remember the old HBO football team show called First and 10?
Vaguely.
I remember the name, but I never watched it.
Yeah.
So I remember I used to watch it all the time, right? And then I remember and the whole thing was it was like the Chicago. I think it was actually it was a football team, but they called them like the Chicago Bulls or something Bulls, but it was like a fake football team. And in the first season, they made it to the Super Bowl or whatever, or the world championship, and they lost the game.
Right.
And so that was kind of and so then the second season, I think, was supposed to be about them finally getting to the thing and winning the championship. And I remember as a kid, I remember being stunned that they didn't let them win.
Yeah, it was first sad story kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I vaguely, I don't remember First and 10. I was
and
not.
Then I think I think they lost the second season too, if I remember correctly too. I mean, it was
was OJ in that show? OJ was in that show.
Was he?
Delta Burke.
Yeah, Delta Burke was in it. Fran Tarkenton was the news announcer, played himself or something like that.
It was Bad News Bears, I think. Yeah, that's true. Kabuki Kid. Yeah, OJ was in it apparently.
Oh, OJ.
I wonder if it's still on HBO Max. It's from 2003.
It might be.
Oh, 1984. That was there would be no way in hell I would watch that in 1984.
Yeah, like I said, I think I watched it in reruns or something.
Were you gonna go to Gen Con? Were you planning to?
Was I planning on it?
Yeah.
I was. If Shane had gone, it was going to be a coin flip for me to go.
Right, okay.
But then Shane decided. And Shane was trying to decide what he wanted to do as well. And then I was just what happened is that I think if I had told Shane hey, let's go, I'm pretty sure he would have gone, and we would have just gone and tried to do some business while we we're there. For me, it was one of those things where I ended up going to the Minnesota State Fair, and I just didn't feel good about being around all those.
That's people. A lot of people.
It was just too many. It was just too many people. And then I was sitting there, and then the thing is that I came home, and I think it might have been psychosomatic, but I came home and I was just God, do I have a cough? Do I have a sore throat?
Yeah, every little thing is
no. And so then I went to the rapid test place, right, and got a negative. And my whole family did. We all went and got the swab in the nose, and not the brain scraper, just the quick swab and the quick swab, and you make it to your car and you've already got your results, right? And so we all came out negative, but my entire, I've mostly escaped it. I've had I said, I had a sore throat for a couple of days, and I was just felt kind of a little bit run down, but my entire family has been sick for the last 4 or 5 days. Fevers, just and it's
I wonder if you need another test.
Well, no, because literally while they were sick, they got tested. So it was just so it would have shown up.
Could just be a cold.
Yeah, no,
we used to get 3 or 4 colds a year from all this convention shit.
No, and so I remember when I went to my doctor about something, he was here's the crazy thing: there's other viruses out there. He was that's what he said.
Flu.
Yeah, and so but no, so it was one of those things too where it's man, you and I, and well, Barry too, but definitely Scott, you and I, we've had the discussions about we come back from conventions and we just feel like garbage. You get that crush.
I felt it was 50-50 for me with a chance whether I'll be sick or not when I get back.
Yeah, and it's just
and a lot of that has to do with that air conditioning in the hotel or in the hotels, right? Yeah. They run it ice cold, and you get sinuses dry up, and you get all kinds of issues there. Yeah.
I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know.
Did you see the Fantasy Flight in-flight?
No, report? I didn't.
I don't know what to say. It ain't like the old days.
Well, tell me
their mic drop at the end was a expansion to Outer Rim, and I'm like, that's a mic drop. Like, is that game good? I don't remember being that impressed by it, but I guess everybody likes it. I'm the outlier.
I don't remember if I played it.
You would remember.
I played one of them. I think it was the Rebellion. I don't remember.
Oh, that game is good. The 2-player Star Wars Rebellion.
Yeah.
Where you're fighting over the planets and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I never did play it.
Fantastic. I like that a lot. Outer Rim. I was like, is this over yet? I did not enjoy it at all, and which is weird because I normally like that kind of game. Like, it's just an open-ended quest game.
Yeah.
You get quests, you got to go do them. You either have to go like make deliveries or bounty hunt or who knows what else. There's all Star Wars shit. But then I'm like, when it was done, I was like, that was like a long game, and really was glad when it was over. That's not a good sign for me.
Yeah.
But so there are plenty of people that love it, including Kabuki Kid, who just said, wow, I loved Outer Rim.
So was there a big catalog?
Outer Rim's good, but like you said, it's
no. I mean, it was just expansion. Obviously they've got the new
the Arkham Horror
Forbidden. I don't know what it's called. What is it called?
Unfathomable.
Unfathomable. And then they had another. It looked sort of like a filler style Game of Thrones game, like a party game, but I didn't quite. I kind of just zoomed through it really quick. It's like a Game of Thrones multiplayer game, but not strategy.
All right.
Card game, and not the collectible card game or LCG. And then it was like, they're redoing the Arkham Horror, so they're doing sets now instead of doing this. They would release 6 decks over half a year or a quarter or something.
Yeah.
And now it's all in like 1 or 2 boxes, I think, something like that.
Okay.
It was really, I'm just gonna say I was disappointed.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, more Lord of the Rings, more Arkham Horror, re-released Lord of the Rings, which has been going for 10 years now, which I can't believe that.
Yeah.
And then Unfathomable, the Game of Thrones game, and then their mic drop close was Outer Rim expansion. I'm like,
who cares?
I was like, okay. I mean, those are good. Yeah, you got some games, but like, what's new? Like, anything. They've got a whole freaking studio devoted to this stuff, like an entire big company. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I think there was some fiction. What do you call it? Twilight Imperium fiction.
Oh, they're doing books for that now.
Books.
Yeah, like you said back in the old days.
Yeah, it had been going that way, right? Towards like all expansions, but there was always something new, like some big box game that you didn't expect.
Yeah.
And they from what I understand, they develop years in advance. So I'm like, this is your years in advance. I don't know, whatever. I hate to criticize, but
yeah, we started to hit on that
hard.
last week about
COVID too, right?
Yeah, I think COVID would have something to do with it, but maybe they just couldn't fulfill something new like that, a big box. I don't know.
Matthew.
Good day.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
How we doing, brother?
We're doing good. A little frustrated, but doing good.
Explain. Why are you frustrated about?
So I'm trying to set up these things.
Oh yeah, the ubiquities.
What are they?
How far away is it?
100 feet.
That's not that far.
No, they go to 15 kilometers.
Direct line of sight?
Yeah, I got a window about this big that I can go through.
Huh.
So
what should it be? What should the speed be? It's a Wi-Fi thing that bounces. It's a telescoping signal booster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can get line of sight beam Wi-Fi up to 15 kilometers, 9 miles away, and still maintain a 450 megabit throughput.
But it's not working.
Well, it's working, but
Just
I'm
one
pumping in a gig on this side. Right now, I'm just testing it in my basement, so I've got one 20, 30 feet away. And I'm only getting 20 or 30 megabits on the other side. So I'm
is the thing on the other side a strong PC? Or is it just like a tablet?
It's a wireless access point.
Okay. But I mean, like, what are you testing that with on the other side? Like a tablet or a,
My MacBook Pro.
yeah. What does that get on your other, put them on both sides and see what it gets.
Yeah, I should. I mean,
'Cause
I'm doing it
sometimes
wirelessly.
you're
though,
limited
so-
by what the MacBook can do.
Yeah, the dashboard for the Ubiquity is telling me that this local one is at 1,000 base T and the other one is at 100 base T. So I got to fix that problem first.
Well, that's a big problem.
Yeah. But yeah, because I don't want to pay $100+ a month at the shop if I can do this and do a one-time cost. So I've got to call into a networking company and they're going to come. I've wasted enough time on this.
Have you tried the mesh?
I haven't.
You got to pay money. Well, that's in more investment though. You'd have to buy like 2 or 3 nodes.
Yeah.
Like how far away is it? It's 100 feet.
There's 2 houses between us.
Oh, that's far.
Yeah. You're going through
Yeah,
walls.
you wouldn't be able to do that with a mesh.
Yeah.
No, I have to get, so basically I'm
So what are you
going,
mounting it on the roof of your house and then shooting it at your store?
I'm mounting it on our upstairs porch, going in front of one neighbor's house and then over the other neighbor's house because it's a bungalow,
Oh,
and hitting behind
but
our
it's direct
building.
line of sight.
It is.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine, but we got to get the speed up. And
Yeah, even like 20 or 30 megabits is still pretty fast.
it is. I mean, for
Like
what she's
my-
going to be doing.
My house is 60.
Oh,
Yes, I have crap. I have the DSL.
I was
We've gone through this many times on the show.
Uh,
I did a
Frustrating.
speed test at on this PC today, and I got 900 and something.
So annoyed. Yeah, I mean, it took me like an hour to upload my video earlier. I did a video of the building.
It's
From the
awesome.
building.
It
You
was a
saw
good
it?
video.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is so nice.
Yeah, I mean, basically what happened is we got really moved into the building and then COVID hit. And it's like, oh, well, we can't really use the building anymore.
yeah.
Like we
Do you
were
have
planning
any,
on, we had a party and then it was like nothing for a year and a half.
Just think
That's a
how
party.
nice it's still going to look for your next party.
Yeah.
Do you have any camera mounts on the ceilings and stuff for any of the board game rooms?
No, not yet.
No.
There was no real plan to do video in the building. I mean,
Oh, okay.
so the only people that work in the building are really people that work in the store
Oh, okay.
and the BGG Con. Like no content people live, Lincoln lives in LA.
Oh, does he?
There's no content people living here in Dallas. So, Derek lives in Colorado, Lincoln lives in LA, Candace lives in LA. Eric
Yeah.
lives in North Carolina. So no one's actually here to use it for video, like to do stuff. I mean, who knows? I mean, I always dream of like having that one single office, right? Having everybody in, but then I'm like, I'll never be able to make that happen. Especially now with Texas being such a shit state.
I have one employee.
Nobody wants to move here.
I
Oh,
can't.
really?
Really?
And no sales tax. I mean, no state income tax. That's kind of a plus, but you got to deal with all the other bullshit that happens here.
Yeah. Every state's got their issues, Scott.
Yeah, have you heard about that satellite system that I
Oh,
think
the
it's
Mustang.
something
Starlink or something.
Starlink. My dad's getting it.
Is
I
it?
had, after the recent craziness, and not to get too political, but Texas, I did see somebody tweet out that, oh, I didn't realize that the Texas flag, the 1 star on Texas flag was the state's rating.
Yeah. So
It's quite astounding, actually. I don't know. I think some of that stuff's it's gonna get shot down.
it has to.
There's a I don't know if you I don't know. Let's not talk about it, actually.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't want to get
Yeah.
into.
But yeah, I mean, it sucks because the people, all the friends I have, and everybody I know is not on the side of Texas that is that way. Let's say that politically aligned to
Yeah.
all that stuff. So everybody, when some people, I take it personally, I always liked, I've lived here for almost 20 years, right? 20 years
Yeah.
ish. I take it personally when people insult the state I live in.
That piece of
Mm.
shit, Texas.
Even
Even
Obviously.
when just maybe.
It's a big state.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
they want to split it up into
You
6 at
can't-
one point. Yeah.
What's that?
They want to split it up in like 6 at one point.
It
didn't
seems
they?
like it could be. There are
Yeah.
definitely distinct areas of Texas that have different feelings. How
Yeah.
they are.
Yeah, it's tough with the bigger states. It's tough. Pennsylvania's the same way. You go certain areas, it's one way.
Yeah,
Another
it's like
area,
New
it's
York, right?
another. Yeah. New York's the same way. Outside of the suburbs, it's different.
Yeah.
Or the rural area, rather. Even here in Delaware, the top half one, the bottom third, 2/3, rather. The top third's one way, the 2/3 on the other side.
Right.
Because it's more rural. As of now, though, they're doing a lot of building down there in the middle part.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I can get a 5G in-house home thing, that'll be faster than my internet now. Like a 5G access point.
Really?
5G's max speeds are crazy. Have you ever looked into them?
It is a little nuts. Yeah.
It's crazy.
No.
You can't get FTTH there?
What's that?
Fiber to the home?
Yeah, I have fiber. It's just not connected.
Oh,
I've gone through this before, but it's so my house got fiber in it. It's got the fiber optic is I see it like right outside the front door, and it's not connected at the street because there's only 12 ports. There's 16 houses, and it's a small neighborhood, right? It's very
Right.
just tight, a little tight thing. And so there's 16 houses, and 12 of them are connected, and 4 are not. One of the 4. So, I mean, how
It's
do you
funny,
make that? How do you make that change, right? Because what they have to
Yeah.
do is they have to replace the gateway and probably pull another link down.
Yeah.
which is
I don't
not cheap.
Yeah.
No, and they've
Yeah.
never like, oh, we'll get that done soon. They've never promised anything. They're just like,
No.
Yeah.
You
Big
could
deal.
even do like a ubiquity solution from many miles away.
there's a lot of trees where I live. I can't see anything.
No? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Trees. I live in a nice little neighborhood. There's all trees all around me. I don't even know if I don't even feel like I'm in Dallas.
Really?
There's like a little park behind the house
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And,
I remember Michelle taking
with
pictures.
and there's like a creek,
That's cool.
Rockbig Creek. So
How'd you make out with the
this
weather?
doesn't feel like Dallas.
How'd you make out with the weather down there, Scott? Did the hurricane miss you? go
Yeah,
west of
we
you,
missed
or
the hurricane
east?
did miss us, I think. I mean, I was on the road when that hit. We drove through it on the way back from Niagara Falls.
This most recent one?
Was there another hurricane?
I thought the one hit like a couple days ago.
Oh,
down
yeah.
there in the Gulf.
Yeah, we got rain.
Do we need more hurricanes?
I forgot there
one
was
isn't
another one.
enough.
Yes.
So can I talk about a game really quick that launches
Yeah.
on
No, God,
Kickstarter?
no, please not.
Okay,
Kidding.
so there's a game called Collab that was designed by John Meatling and John Gilmore. Yeah, it's called
COLAB.
COLAB is what is, so it's called Collab, and it is like a fantasy themed game. It's really good, and you know, and I don't like it's something that I'd actually play multiple times.
Oh, it's like
which is-
collaborative.
yeah, but it's not you get to win like you all work together cooperatively. No, it's so there's a really cool, so the whole idea is that each of you is trying to create, like, you're a scientist, mad scientist type person, but not really truly like a mad scientist. You're just, whatever. But you're trying to make these cards, and the cards are monsters, machines, or potions. And you're trying to make a 4x3 grid of these cards, and the first person to make 12 makes the game end. And so, like, and the cards, when you make your little as you build out your tableau, like, the cards will react to each other and will make an engine as you play. So, like, you have to think, but the cool part is that, like, you're actually using these, there's all these different labs that get randomly created at the beginning of the game that get built up by the players as they play. And because they're going to be placing their minions, which have dice, that when you have your dice, you roll them, and then you have them set aside, and you load your minion with a die that has different resources on it, and then you place it into these labs, and then when you place it out there, you get resources, and then that minion is holding resources in its hand. That's like technically what's I'm looking for here? Technically, the resources are unlimited. Like anybody can use them as long as, because they line up again on rows that surround the labs. And so a lab will have two rows of places where minions can be placed to put resources. And the board is made up of like, it's kind of like a pentagon, so to speak, with all these different things. And so then when you move your mad scientist into a lab, you get to use the resources that are on either side of it, plus any resources that you've collected as the game has progressed. And then you use those resources to build the cards. And when you do that, then you also have to build up the lab, and then you take a tile and you start adding more and more of these spots to the lab, that instead of building cards, you can instead use like the workers, the minions, just for like their minion powers, and activate these spots that the lab has that can get you like lots of victory points, or like end game scoring stuff or things like that. And it sounds super complicated. I know. I'll have a video that comes out tomorrow, and yeah, and
Beautiful.
Jeremy did Jeremy Howard did a video for Man vs. Meeple that you can check out right now. They made it live on Monday, I think, because they were heading out to Gen Con. It is, I mean, basically it's like you place a minion out, you get to collect resources, and then you take one of your minions back. So you have 3 minions, and at the beginning of the game, you seed the board. Each person puts 2 of their minions on the spots, and they get starting resources. And then when you place your minion out, then you take one of your minions back. And so that's the first thing you do. And then you place your scientist onto a spot, and then you activate that spot to do something. And then so that's the process. So it's really simple. Take a minion, grab some resources, remove a minion, grab some resources, place your scientist, decide if your scientist is going to activate the lab for some points and other bonuses, or are you going to build up cards and place it in the board. And so you're going to be like collecting cards, collecting resources, getting to re-roll dice, and going through this whole like process to like, just basically like get better dice that you can roll, get more stuff. And when other people obviously place their minions out, like you get to use their stuff, right? So like somebody might actually build up a lab really big, and that's really good for them, but like they're actually making it better, and they don't get to use it again right away. So they've actually made it better for the next person to go. So it's kind of neat how like that's like the collab part, where it's like, you're actually
I like the picture they've got where it's got all this like scientific equipment, and then there's a candle. Like, okay, is it mysterious?
No. So I mean,
Okay.
and there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek humor. I mean, like,
Sure.
There's like a trap machine that you can make that looks like a Pokeball, like a steampunk Pokemon ball.
What are the little? Are they flowers? Oh, each minion is different.
Each minion is different.
I see.
And then
Some of them are plants, some of them are robots.
Yeah, and then so your tableau, the cards that you use, like I said, they come in the machines, potions, and monsters. So monsters pretty much just score like final victory points for you. So like you can figure out ways to place them, and like they can work with stuff that's they're adjacent to give you more points. Potions, you get to seed those with potion tokens that you can get from collecting resources, and then that gives you powers that you can use on your turn to kind of like propel your engine along. And machines actually, like, they get a switch button that like you get to use once on your turn, that once again is part of your engine that you get to like. And so the machines might actually trigger another spot, like it might trigger a monster, so you get to score some points right away or things like that. And so it's just a cool little way to do everything. And because like all of the different parts, like the different like the way the board setup is random every time you play, there's a different puzzle every time you play, and it's funky and cool. Anyway, it totally felt like a Jonathan Gilmour game.
So it's like, basically Kickstarter.
Yeah,
coming to Kickstarter.
It launches tomorrow on Kickstarter.
Oh, tomorrow. Right during Gen Con.
It's really nice looking.
No, Portal Dragon, they always have good art, right? So
I mean, well, and John Meatling, I'm sure he did all the minis.
yeah. So go check
and the
out
Kickstarter video.
Yeah,
Lab.
definitely grab it.
I think after they get back from Gen Con, I think they might come on next week, or I might get Jonathan Gilmore on next week.
Yeah, John, we good.
I had a fantastic day of gaming on Saturday.
Did you?
It's like one of the best.
How is that
I've had in a long
possible? I
time.
wasn't there playing.
Oh well, you know,
That's the reason.
I made it. Somehow it happened, Lance. I don't know.
Somehow,
Very surprising.
I'm not going to say it's a coincidence, but somehow.
There's no such thing as a coincidence. So I taught my group Oath. I was very excited. For some reason, I watched 2 videos and read the rule book again. And taught them that. And I think we did it pretty good. It was pretty straightforward. We did it. And there was no major problems that I could see. First game was good. Everybody sort of getting their feet wet. I think they all picked it up pretty quick, and it was a pretty competitive game. The second game, the Chancellor. Have you guys played this game yet?
What is it?
I haven't.
No, I haven't played Oath.
So if I say something you won't understand. Well, there's a concept of the Chancellor, right? The Chancellor is like in charge of the kingdom. And if the Chancellor just like gets their way, they'll win, right? You have to kind of disrupt them. So the second game, the first player had the Chancellor, and he fell into this perfect combination of cards that just like locked him in. And he was just getting stronger and stronger. And we're like, how do we beat him? How do we do anything? And then somehow, like, I screwed my game up completely. I literally had like the worst game of it. And at the very last turn, like where it has a random ending, so when you basically roll the die to see if the game will end, I pulled off this weird sneaky move that he didn't see coming, and got the victory condition from him. But then I had to basically wait a whole round, but so everybody attacks you, right, until you get back to you, and then and I had lost it that time. So, and then he grabbed it back again and then won at the end. But it was boring for me for 3/4 of the game. Not boring, but like I was racking my brain to figure out how to do something in that game, because it's all about like doing the actions and doing the opportunities to make progress in that game, and I just could not find anything around it. Anyway, so that was Oath again, and then we played Cocopelli, which is pretty good. Very light, but it's like a filler. You play 2 cards a turn, and you're trying to dump your hand, like as many cards as you can. And that was pretty fun. And then we played Beyond the Sun, and we started that at 10 o'clock. And I'm thinking this might be a mistake because it's kind of a heavy game, but it worked good. We finished it in like 2.5 hours, and that's definitely awesome if you've not played that.
So is this Lincoln or Nikki?
It's well, no Nikki, unfortunately. I wish she was here.
Oh, you're solo?
Yeah, she had.
The bandwidth looks pretty good for the Hilton True.
Yeah, hopefully this will work tomorrow then. I just thought, well, might as well find out whether the stuff's going to work since we're streaming tomorrow night. But it seems okay. I mean, I was using my phone before, and now I'm using the laptop. But yeah.
So how's Indianapolis?
Good to see you, buddy.
Could you get into the show at all?
No, I mean Eric couldn't get in. It's the same as it always is.
You lost your audio there, Lincoln.
Yeah, the
You're
mic
low.
went away.
Your mic went away, my friend.
It was there. It was just really low.
Did it switch the input?
It just sounds weird. It's the same. You have to have a exhibitor pass, and Beth couldn't pick our badges up. Only on the press ones you have to go individually and pick them up. So we're going to do that tomorrow morning. But
Did you go into the hall?
I saw the exact doppelganger of my dad tonight at the restaurant. I am not kidding. It was like, he's shorter than my dad, but and when he looks at you straight on, it's not quite the same, but he's like, looks more like my dad than his brother did.
Did you get a picture?
I did get a profile picture. It was hard.
Should have just walked up to him and said, you look like my dad.
I know, but he looked at me a long time. This is not when I was staring at him, because that's when I realized, oh my God, that looks like my dad.
Right.
Yeah, I told Nikki I have to send her a picture of it because it was really insane. I'm like, and I couldn't stop looking at him after that. My dad's been gone for almost just over 20 years, so it was weird. Actually, I want to send Nikki that picture. but it really
Is it
looks.
crowded yet? Is there people there?
It is not crowded, but there are a lot of people here, and we're far, so we didn't actually go over to. We're not that far, but we're I don't know whether we're south or
I think it's south.
maybe east of LucasArts. I don't know. LucasArts, Lucas Oil.
Mhm.
So it's
You are
not
west of Lucas Oil. Or no,
Yeah.
you're east of it. You're east and
Yeah.
south of the hall.
east. Yeah. So we're directly like Beth says it's 2 blocks, but it looks like 3 to me. But
Can you go in through the stadium and then do that tunnel?
I don't know if we can enter there, but we can definitely leave. Which was I had looked at it because I was worried about them, particularly Candace coming late at night because it's far, and you're going through. We're 2 blocks away from that the White Castle, which you have to walk to it to get towards the stuff. We're south of that, I guess. But and that was sketchy over there too. And then there's like a strip place, I think it's called the Red Garter. So like right here.
What strip club?
I don't know that that's what that is, but I'll look it up, see what it is.
The most wholesome places.
Yeah,
So your past where I've only ever gone to the train station thing.
right. Beth was saying it was by that. I'm like, no, it's further south than that. It's really not a far walk, although it is a kind of a hike from the convention center to the stadium. As I remember when we went, you and me and Nikki, that was not close. So we'll see how it all is tomorrow.
Bit of a clip.
Yeah, I would have liked to have gone over there, but it was.
What's the temperature?
And those folks really wanted to play games, so we
Where
played.
are they playing at?
In the hotel lobby here.
Oh, here.
Yeah, just
where you are.
It was Beth and Candace and Eric and myself, and we played some of the new crew, and Eric had not played. I didn't realize he hadn't played Scout, so we played that a little bit of that. But we played that with 3 and 3. That game's not great with 3. It's okay. It's the challenge is to keep the game going, because if you can't, like the first round I played like quite a few large straights or 3 of a kinds and stuff like that, and they were having a hard time beating it. But that's fun. It was fun. It was good to see Eric because I haven't seen him for a while, long while.
Yeah, 2020, beginning of 2020
Yeah.
was the last time we all saw each
Down
other.
at Gamma, and so last time I saw him, so that was good. And we had, so the weird thing is we go to the old spaghetti factory, which was my dad's place. I don't really care for that stuff. I'm not really that kind of pasta guy. And so I decide, I'm like, okay, Eric's like, well, they have gluten-free. I'm like, well, it's all carbs for me, but we can go. So we go, and I look at the menu. I'm like, oh, I'll have this, which is my dad's favorite dish. And then I look over at this guy looking at me, and I'm like, oh my God, that looks exactly like my dad. It really looked like my dad. It was great. I was very happy.
What is the dish?
Well, it's just basically spaghetti with this cheese, but it's the cheese is called Mizithra, which I guess is a Greek or Mediterranean cheese. It's not easy to get. I remember my aunt would buy these, baby head sized balls of cheese, and she'd go, I got too much, and would give it to us too. And Nikki knows it, but she's never ever had it anywhere except that way, was with us making a dish. And it's just brown butter and spaghetti and cheese, but it was good to have it. Not what I needed, but
I think I've talked about the Spaghetti Factory goat cheese that they had when I first moved to
that
Dallas.
may be the stuff, Scott.
And then they never got. Oh, really? Wow. It's kind of funky, right? Like a funky.
It is,
cheese.
but it's good. It's called Mizithra.
Okay.
Now I thought we went to, but once I was in there, I'm like, I think this is the same chain. I thought we went to the Spaghetti Factory, not the old Spaghetti Factory. And they do have like all their restaurants, but the one that we used to go to might have closed. They did not have that on there. Because I guess they started in Oregon, and this one came in like the 80s, I think, the Indianapolis one. So old school kind of place, but it was weird. And Beth had a crazy drink that was cotton candy limeade. I guess it's an alcoholic drink too.
Oh, did they put a big cotton candy puff on it?
They didn't put a big cotton candy, but they put like a disc of cotton candy on the straw, I think. And it was cotton candy syrup, Sprite, and lime juice.
So not alcoholic.
The one she got was not. She asked if it was non-alcoholic, and the lady clearly didn't know the menu, because it says it in the menu. It's right there. So she, and Eric is asking gluten-free, and that was a big challenge. But then
Gluten-free at the spaghetti factory.
yeah, I know. But
Yeah,
he
that's
liked it.
tough.
He obviously likes pasta, and they do have gluten-free options. And he was like, he asked the manager, like, "This is great. How is this made?" He really liked the pasta, and I said, "You should ask him if you can get some."
It's made out of cauliflower, probably.
No, it was
No?
corn and something else. That she really liked it.
I do miss the food at Gen Con.
Yeah,
Is your hotel got gamers in it besides you?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. People are, it's Candace got the full Lincoln experience, but Lincoln at Gen Con, lots of people, people recognizing me.
Oh wow!
Well, hopefully they recognize her someday.
I said the guy when the one of the guys that talked to us at the airport, and well, this is Candace. Do you know Candace? And he goes, yes. So it was cool. But it was fun. I mean, it's good to be here. I just want to see the hall, and of course I'm asking everybody, what's it look like in there? And they all are saying, oh, it's the same. Everything's. I'm like, it can't be the same. There's all these, 20 by 30 booths. That's not common.
Right. There's a few pictures on Twitter. I'm actually really surprised at how many games people are putting just sitting on the floor. Like I looked at Panasaurus' setup, and it's like all the games are just stacked in the, those twirls or whatever they do. And like,
spinners,
wait,
yes.
aren't you gonna get robbed? You have this huge booth. How do you protect all this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know how it was for us, and we ended up fortifying it after.
Yeah, we fortified.
They're putting stuff on the outside edge. I'm like, well, you're gonna say goodbye to all that stuff.
Yeah.
And thankfully we switched up, but those racks were massive. Beth was crazy about them. Those things were gigantic, heavy and gigantic.
Matt, do you usually go to Gen Con?
I've been 2 or 3 times
That's cool.
in the 6 years that I've been in the biz.
Been in the biz.
The first year I found it very overwhelming.
Do you mostly do meetings and stuff, or do you game, or what do you do?
I go there to be purely social.
Oh, okay, just fun.
Yeah, I hang out with. I mean, I don't actually do business there other than hanging out with my clients. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather relationship build versus talk about business.
Yeah.
What
But
was our first year without a booth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll say this. I
He'll say
remember.
this.
I remember when like me and Joel Eddy and sometimes and Marco would show up for like 2 days when the three of us would share a hotel room. Those times of going to Gen Con were a lot of fun. Just going there as an attendee.
Right.
When I worked as an exhibitor, it was still fun, but sometimes not so fun. However,
I hate it.
However,
I hate it too.
I'll say
I do not
this.
miss setting up in a 95-degree heat. Anyway, go ahead.
I'll say this.
Worries about you,
The last
Scott.
time I went, which would have been 2019, was like the best Gen Con time I've ever had in my entire life. It was.
Yeah, you weren't attached to a booth, right?
I wasn't attached to a booth. I had just been let go from TNG, which kind of sucked. But I went there basically looking for a job, and I found one. But my daughter and I went, and like and we had exhibitor badges, so like the world was our oyster.
World is your oyster.
It was like wander the floor.
Off world. The world is your oyster.
Yeah, I remember one day, like I think it was Friday, I told Rylan, I was like, today's your day. Just we'll go wherever you want to go, and we'll check out whatever you want to check out. I said, Saturday it's gonna be super busy, so let's just do that today. Because Thursday was me like going to meetings and stuff like that, and she got kind of bored. And then so like I just let her, and we wandered, and she wanted to go check out this, that, and she wanted to go look at artwork, and we did all of that stuff. And that was like a fabulous day. And then every night, and this is not to kiss Scooter's ass here, but I mean every night it was like
such a good time.
We came back.
You said you didn't have a good time there? I'd be shocked.
Yeah, we came back to the hotel. We went and just chilled in our room for a little bit, just kind of like, like condensed down a little bit, and just kind of okay, drink some water. Went downstairs, grabbed some Subway, and then just headed to the BGG Hot Games room and hung out with you
I do miss that.
all night long. I mean, it was just like,
Awesome.
and we just sat there playing games. I mean, like we played, me and Keith and Anthony and Rylan and like, oh man, who else? I mean,
Jim was there that one.
yeah, and then Jim was there, and then
Yeah.
Joel, we played one of the greatest games of
Joel.
We're Doomed that we've ever played ever. I mean, the entire, like, 7 of us just laughing our asses off, throwing cards at each other. I still can see when I was like trying to do something, and then Keith tried to prevent it, and all of a sudden Anthony jumped up out of his chair and threw a card at Keith, hit him. He said, "Death to tyrants," because that's what you had to say when you throw the card, and he assassinated Keith in a game of We're Doomed. Oh man, we still, my daughter and I still giggle about that when we think about it. But no, that was
fun. Yeah, Rodney.
2019 was
Secret Cabal,
fantastic.
We're hanging out.
yeah, it was just,
Yeah, it was fun.
you know, and we ate good food, and you know, it was so good. It was so much fun.
Yeah,
So
I'd much rather-
I don't think I'll ever be able to. I don't think I can ever pull that off again. It was just perfect.
I'd much rather go for 2 days and hang versus 4 days and work.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know,
trust me. I mean, that was like the only time I ever was like, sort of, you know, having my daughter there like kept me from feeling as, so I really miss my son and my wife, obviously, but that really helped me not to feel homesick. I mean, even like the last day we were there, because we actually stayed like till Monday, and we flew out on Monday. So it was like one of those things where it was like, oh, well, you know, our plane doesn't leave until like 5 o'clock at night on Monday. And so, you know, it was like, Rylan and I just went wandering around like downtown, like just that area of Indianapolis. And we just wandered around and went and like looked at cool architecture, and she wanted like, I was like, where do you want to eat? And she was like, I still remember this. She said she wanted waffles, and like I said, waffles near me, and we found some, basically like it had to be like some sort of like place that only like office people would go eat lunch at. They were open from like noon to 2:30 or something like that. It was like it was breakfasts that they served, and we went there, and like, you know, and she got like waffles, and we sat there and ate breakfast food.
I try and make a point every day at Gen Con to go to Patashu for breakfast.
Never been.
Patashu.
Yeah, Cafe Patashu. It's so good.
Did they make eclairs?
I don't know. They make
That's
wicked
what
omelets though.
Patashu isn't Patashu the
Yeah, it is.
dough, the fluffy dough that
Yeah.
steams up? Okay. Interesting. So it's French.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I don't know how French the cuisine is, but
I think we did a lot of food trucks in 2019, right? There's an Indian food truck there that is.
yeah, I had that 2 years or 3 years ago. It was I went there. I worked my buddy's booth in the entrepreneurs aisle, and that was a good year for working because it was just the two of us, and versus working a big booth. But yeah, the Indian one is really good.
I do have to say 2019 was a pretty good year though. Like we had our new booth design, new rebranding.
Yeah, that was
We had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, lots of product. It was
Tons
really
of product. Too much.
Yeah.
But
that was the year
sent directly to us, right? So we didn't really. It was a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
For that event.
We couldn't really intercept the swag at Dallas and reship it because it was going straight to Gen Con. And that's when we first learned that you could rent cages to put your stuff in.
The more
We
you
ran out of
know.
room. What's that?
That was the year that I did the AEG booth, and they had like the super tall walls.
Oh,
It was like 14-foot walls or something.
I don't remember that.
It was awesome, and they changed it every day. They changed the booth every day.
Okay.
Neat.
Yeah, it was a lot of work. But
So Scott, do you see
Wait, I'm
get
sorry,
a booth?
Barry, I'm sorry. One moment here. Miss Nevada has been crowned the new Miss USA. I must now apologize to Miss Delaware. I actually had nothing to do with the final decision, but I will treasure our evening together forever. Norm McDonald. Anyway, go ahead.
Terrible.
Do you see yourself getting a booth at cons again when things normal out, Scott?
That is the $1 million question.
You still haven't decided?
I mean, I think about 2019, and here's the thing: at 2019, we had Quacks Bits, right? And so
those were like worth their weight in gold, basically. I remember. People were like,
I mean, we did really well. It was like the first time we ever made money at Gen Con. And then we also did our tickets, right? Like we had raised the price of our tickets to the Hot Games Room. And that was a chunk of change too. So that was like actually a profitable year. But it's so much work. It's so much work. Like literally every single person is working like okay, well, what do you do instead? But I remember like, you know, we were busting ass and like trying to get the stupid booth set up in the 90-degree heat or whatever it is in the thing that day. And then 90-degree heat tearing it down.
Take a portable air conditioner.
I don't know if those work. Don't they have to drain?
If you're in front of it, it will.
Yeah, maybe. But
I get a little bucket.
I don't know. It's not a pleasant thing for me.
yeah.
I like being there and I like doing all the stuff, but I don't like setting up. I don't like the whole process of getting and plus you got to coordinate with the stupid, and I forget about this every year. Oh yeah, the marshalling yard.
Oh my god.
So I got to send somebody sit
Oh
out
my god.
for hours in a truck waiting to get called in, and then you have to dump all your shit off in like less than a half an hour. So you got to hustle in the 100-degree heat, 90-degree heat, whatever. It's not 100, but like it's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. And the downside is, you know, we don't get to see all the games, right? We're not going to see all the games this year.
Yeah.
And there's only like, what is it, under 200 games?
Yeah.
100 and something for sale. Yeah, we won't be able to see all that stuff. That's a downside. I don't know. I do like the Hot Games Room at night. I wish we could just do the hot.
Man,
games.
that's
Maybe
like
we just did the Hot Games Room and ran.
Oh,
I don't think you are. You allowed to sell in there? I don't think you are.
I don't think you are.
I don't know what the rules are, but probably not.
I would. I mean, that's the Hot Games Room is my
hot.
jam. It's hot. It's hot, brother.
I would really like to make it all just in that, you know, like have internet connection in there and just have everything there instead of, you know, because you could lock the room up. We don't have to set everything, you know, up every day. You don't have to lock everything away. Doing stuff on the floor.
Yeah, we were always out of there an hour after the hall closed because it took us an hour to tear everything down.
Sometimes we would continue doing video until, you know, they basically told us to quit and then wrap it up, you know.
Well, it was a good hour of teardown.
Yeah.
Pretty much every night.
Yeah.
Just to get the cameras and the computers all locked up.
Yeah.
I don't know, Barry. Ask me next year.
You know, help Scott. This is why I don't go to cons.
I mean, we're not going to Essen.
Nah.
Don't have a booth at Essen either.
Well, you can't even get in. Can you go?
I think you can.
Can you? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're a vaccinated traveler to Germany, based on the rules that I know today, you can fly to Germany.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw. As long as you're vaccinated.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't mean to bring up something that's gonna bring you down or nothing. They're big guy, but I mean, like I know you guys are constantly shifting and adjusting what's mandatory for BGG Con, and which is cool. And I'm glad that you're being as stringent as you are.
That shit con.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not that far off. 2 months. 2 months from tomorrow. No. What is it? 15th? 17th. Yeah, so 2 months. What about it?
Well, no, I mean, how do you?
No,
think
I'm good. We're good to go. I feel good about it. I mean, I don't feel. I mean, we just went to a 300 person convention. Everybody's vaccinated. No, not a single person got sick that we know of.
Yeah.
And nobody was wearing masks at that convention except us.
Yeah.
There's very few mask wearers. We were the only ones. Me, Lincoln, Nikki, and like maybe a couple people. Like I'd probably say less than 10. And we went out a lot. Like we went out to several places, and I mean, we sat outside. We ate in the car quite a lot. There was a couple restaurants where we ate indoors. I think being vaccinated is a pretty huge deal.
It does make a difference for sure.
Yeah.
Well, my big worry is this just bringing home some sort of
Exactly.
crud, right?
Yeah, for sure.
My mom was telling me after we came back from the gathering, she's like, "Well, you'll know if you're sick." I'm like, "No, we might not. We
Might not know.
if we got tested," and I'm like, "We won't."
Yeah, we all had a little bit of rundownness after the show. We were like, not feeling the perfect, you know.
Well, just worn out, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it was a long day, a long convention of less sleep than normal.
yeah,
sure.
How many days was it?
9 days.
10
Yeah, we were there till
plus 3.
one.
We did 3 days of driving ahead and 3
Who
days
can
after.
take that much time off?
People who work in
The
the industry.
$1 million man here.
I mean, I'm the boss, so
Yeah.
anybody
Well,
who
yeah,
works for me
sure.
would get the 10 days off.
If I left for
yes.
10 days, I the backlog of work I had would be.
You got to
Well-
get some employees there, Matt.
Yeah,
There was
man.
also
Got one.
happening at the convention, so it's not like you. And I front loaded it, a lot so that I would be as free as possible.
Yeah. I'm not sure my wife would let me go for 10 days either.
You bring her.
I don't think I'd want to.
That's a pressure point here. That's a pressure point with my wife.
Yeah.
10 days is a long time.
Yeah.
It is. It's a stupid amount of time.
It's too much. I mean, it's
You don't have to go for 10 days if we go to that show.
yeah.
Not many. I don't think we're a pretty rare minority of people who can go for 10 days.
Yeah.
Not everybody can go for 10 days.
Like I'd go for like a nice weekend or something.
The first weekend is great, and then the second weekend. It's changed this year. Was quite different. Normally, the second weekend is so crowded that it's hard to get a game going.
I mean,
Like, just
it's
'cause
so
it's
close.
busy.
It's so close for me. I could even do like both weekends.
You could.
Yeah.
It's a 4-hour drive.
Yeah, there's
Not
already
far.
enough Canadians there. No, I'm teasing.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikki's on.
Hey, she's in the chat. I told her I was on. I gotta call.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, next year maybe BGG Con. But,
Next year, definitely BGG.
Definitely. Come on.
This year, like I said, the rat's going to rate me one more time because of the 10th anniversary. But that's coming up soon, actually. That's gotten
believe
extremely
me, I-
expensive.
10 days is crazy. I was ready to kind of go home on Friday. I was telling Lincoln, I'm like, I think I want to go home.
Yeah, we got.
But then
there.
we're like, well, we did the whole
Don't wanna
weekend.
go
Plus,
back.
we stayed over the Sunday too, which we never do.
I've only done it once, and it was the reason why I wanted to do it is I figured we would be up really late on Saturday night, and we would be too tired to just. I certainly would be to drive 8 more hours that next day. So
It's not like you got a schlub that would help you drive.
Well, you guys drove too. I forgot about that.
yeah, 3 hours.
Lincoln drove.
The king in the back seat there.
Yeah.
Only problem is he was up front.
I was up front.
The only problem for me was I discovered that that darned what was that called, Scott? Grippos.
Oh my God. Who knows Grippos? Does anybody know Grippos?
Barbecue cheese. popcorn.
Barbecue
So
barbecue
delicious.
cheese popcorn.
Where was it?
Holy shit. Where
That's
was that?
from Cincinnati. But we got it like at a gas station. in
We could not eat it fast enough. Like it was we were like, when you start eating popcorn real seriously and you just get wads of it going. I was like, oh, it looks pretty good. It didn't look amazing to me, but I was like, as soon as I tasted it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the shit. Started chomping it. That bag went quick.
Yeah, it was delicious. So I'm gonna try to. I mean, Beth was like saying I could use her car.
You can go buy some Grippos.
I was saying I was gonna drive to the nearest place I could to find it because I can get to Cincinnati in an hour, 40 minutes. But do that overnight. But yeah, it was delicious. And supposedly, so I talked to Brian Yu about it, and he loves their barbecue chips. He says they're fantastic. And they actually have barbecue powder. Now I was reading somebody said it wasn't as good as the stuff on the chips, but
So you could dust it on stuff.
I know. I mean, I can make my own
I
pop.
wonder how much salt was in that actually. Like, I mean, it was damn good.
Grippo,
And I don't even really like that kind of stuff.
First Bucky's
most
now
prob-
this guy.
Grippo is the most The most problematic Marx brother, or the least talented of the Marx brothers.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the inside of the human body is more of a miracle than you'd first think, since everything goes on in there in total darkness. Norm MacDonald.
I think my favorite Norm Macdonald joke was from Weekend Update, and he was doing the Billboard charts, and he's doing the countdown. He's like, number one was Better Than Ezra. Number two, Ezra.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
That is.
I love the after the acquittal, he's like, this just in from California, murder is legal.
That's why SNL fired him, isn't it? He just won't give up on OJ.
Yeah, they fired him for that.
Yeah.
A penny earned is nothing to brag about.
Was that not scripted?
No. I'm pretty sure Lorne Michaels was like friends with OJ, wasn't he?
Oh God.
Not Lorne, Donald Meyer.
Oh, okay.
No, he was no, just anyway, we were definitely we soliloquized him, so he's I know, Lincoln, you enjoyed his humor as well, so it was good stuff. He was good dude. Sounds like I don't want Grant to come
There's
on.
only a couple Netflix specials. There's really not a lot
of him.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many of him in general. Like I know Comedy Central had one.
He didn't do a special.
There's not many in general. Yeah.
I mean,
he was kind of weird. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
I was watching an interview with him today, and I didn't realize. Like, I knew he was Canadian, but I didn't realize he grew up in Quebec City. Quebec City is like Montreal is like you can speak English there and totally get by, no problem. Quebec City is like the capital of the province, so it's very French.
Yeah.
And he was saying that he doesn't speak a word of French. His dad, because he was on the army base, and his dad like actually forbade him to take French, and he didn't want him to learn it at all. Like, that was interesting.
He was funny, man. I loved him on SNL. Just loved it. It was probably that was a fantastic era anyway.
Yeah, it sure was.
Yeah.
It's real. I was shocked because Scott was the one that told me. I'm like, what? Because I knew he wasn't that old. And crazy that didn't even tell his family that he had cancer.
9 years he was battling it.
Yep.
That's a long time to keep that secret.
My favorite was when on Conan, he was talking to Courtney Thorne Smith or somebody like that. And she was, they were talking about how pretty she was, which was cringy. But then the funny thing was that she was in a Carrot Top movie, and he's like, "Oh, that's not good, right?" And then they were all laughing, and then Conan goes, "Well, they go, what's the name of the movie? Do we know it?" And she goes, "Chairman of the board." And he goes, "Well, make fun of that." And then and he goes, I think board was spelled B-O-R-E-D.
Yeah,
board probably spelled B-O-R-E-D.
Brought the house down.
Yeah, it was. What was the first thing he goes? If you're in a movie with Carrot Top, it's probably called
box office poison.
Box office poison.
That's it.
We still laugh about that.
Yeah,
there was a little cringy moment.
That was when Conan was fun too.
Yeah, this is the one I always like. Las Vegas is now home to a 550-foot tall Ferris wheel, bringing people from around the world to see it. Also drawing thousands to Las Vegas, whores. Just he was. Yeah, I mean, and in my opinion, he was the best Weekend Update guy too.
Oh yeah. I like that.
He definitely was
back in the day too.
I mean, I like Dennis Miller.
Miller was good.
Dennis Miller a lot.
Old Dennis Miller was fine.
Yeah, he was funny.
New Dennis Miller.
But
he's back.
No, but I mean his modern era persona.
I mean, Dennis Miller definitely has let his right wing politics fly. He used to hide it pretty well, but he embraced it. So.
Back in the day, was when you're young, it's okay to be a Democrat, but when you're but you're an idiot if you're a Democrat when you're older or whatever, something like that. It was, I'm definitely paraphrasing it incorrectly, but it was not great. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to talk, listen to you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, a new study shows that men with beards are 73% more attractive than men without beards. Another great study from Bob Seeger University. uh, uh, just, he was so good. No, it just sucks. It just sucks. I was like sitting there thinking about that. I was just like, I'm never
Well, I
going to hear
remember
a new
I
joke.
wanted to see a new show. He had that show on Netflix.
Oh, the Netflix show. And it
Like-
pisses me off that the original ones that he did on YouTube, Netflix owns. And like
and they're gone.
They're gone. They're gone. I
Yeah.
mean, you can find them on like not the deep web, but there's people that have downloaded them that like you can
Torrents.
find it occasionally and you can download them. I mean, the one that he had on that with Jim Carrey is amazing. I mean, like, and because they just go off in like all these different directions, and it's super good. And the one with Tim Allen, like him and Tim Allen get like really, really deep into religion at one point and start talking about like their faith and stuff like that. Which
Was he religious?
oh yeah, that's another thing I found. Like Norm Macdonald was like a big devout believer in God and Christianity, and
Really?
yeah, like there's all these like things where but he was on a Howard Stern show and like they were like, because he was talking about his faith and they're like, you believe in God? And he's like, yeah, I believe in God. I'm not he's like, I'm not going to hell like the rest of you idiots, and like he turned it into a joke, but he was like, but he's like, I don't want to make it a thing about me. It's like it just, what does it matter? That's not funny. That's not interesting. Let's tell jokes. He's, I don't know. He was always very focused on just being funny. Yeah. Call me a little old softy. Call me a little old softy, but I'd prefer if you'd call me a distinguished gentleman with a flagging erection.
Speaking of religion, I was watching. I watched this podcast called Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum.
I wish I had sometimes. Yeah.
He was the voice of the Flash. He was on animated series and Justice League, and he was also Lex Luthor from Smallville. I really like him, and the podcast is fantastic because they talk a lot about mental health and everything, and people get really honest and like real on the show.
Right.
There's a lot of actors. He just had it was funny. The last episode was the Flash and the Flash because it was Michael Wesley Shipp that played the Flash in the 1990s Flash television show.
Yeah.
Name
But
of it?
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. But this one episode, he was talking to Neil McDonough, who is this actor who's been lots of superhero stuff. He's in the Band of Brothers and whatever. But he's like super religious, whatever.
Yeah.
To the point that he won't do love scenes.
Yeah.
And then that he clicked. That's why he always plays the villain. Because he won't be doing a love scene or kissing anybody else. And it was just it got a little weird, the interview. So I stopped watching it.
That's in my opinion, if you're going to start to fight the war on terror, a good place to start would be this nation's haunted houses. Oh man, I know. It just he's so good. But we got a lot of people here. Should we initials it up before?
Let's do it.
I got money on Scott winning.
Yeah, me too.
But Lincoln.
I know Lincoln's pretty
Lincoln's
good.
a
I don't
wild
know.
card.
Lincoln. I don't know if how he is with this. It depends on the letters. Too.
We're down to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 9 counting the one tonight.
We went through the whole box.
We're getting through it. But
forgot.
I talked to Corey, and when the new ones get printed off, he's going to send them to me. So there's 2 new sets that they did a Kickstarter for. So he's going to send those to me. And he actually said that like the people that are watching this, apparently a lot of you bought the game. And so like,
I forgot about it. I was going to.
Yeah, well, you still can get it. There's like they're down to their. I mean, so if you want to get your copy of the original, he's down to like his like a few dozen, and then they're not going to reprint it for a while. So go to initialsgame.com and order it if you want a copy of the first one. So, and then they will reprint it eventually. They're just not going to reprint it for a while. That's all. All right. So,
Lincoln, do you know how to play the
She
game?
paid for them. Lance.
I think Lincoln's played before.
I don't think I played.
I don't remember.
All right. So your name is your buzzer. So there's going to be a bunch of people, places, things, sayings, all these things are going to have the same initials. There's 6 clues for each one. I read the clues off one by one. If you think you know what it is, you say your name, then you make your guess. If you're right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, you're out for that particular one and you can't say anything else. Whoever gets the most points wins. Pretty straightforward. And it comes in.
TB.
Yeah, why isn't it? Come on, you dumb Lenovo.
There
DB,
you go.
tuberculosis.
Yeah, that's what
Oh, man.
Don't be saying things out loud, Matthew. You're giving stuff away, man.
Sorry.
You're giving people ideas already. So
Sorry.
I did see we have both the adjudicator of reality and the scorekeeper in the chat. So we are golden as far as that is concerned. So here we go. Item number 1 for TB. I ordered the 2 new initial sets. I paid for them. Well, yeah, you're not a world-renowned board game person. All you got is some silly little like Jeff's Kiss thing to your name, Kabuki Kid. So take that.
What?
Kabuki.
Here we go. Clue number 1 appeared in 1993's Demolition Man. The second word is the founder's last. Matt.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell is correct,
Wow.
Matthew.
It was like the fancy restaurant to eat at.
Yeah.
all the restaurants. It's
All
all,
the restaurants.
Yeah, there was a war and then they won, I think, right?
Oh, Tony Bosca says tonight's initials are great.
Yes.
Good for you, Tony Bosca. Had a 2001 connection to the crashing of the Mir space station. Known for stolen bases in the World Series. Connected to Doritos. Known for its ad starring a talking chihuahua.
We've gotten rid of the talking chihuahua.
it sure did.
Yeah.
I still have my little Yokiero Taco Bell chihuahua, but the battery, I can't get the
Yeah, we got
battery.
that
out of it.
too.
Oh,
Yeah.
you'll
Need to
get it.
replace it.
All right, here we go.
Yokiero Taco Bell.
Born with the last name Cowell. Known for his charisma. Matthew.
Tony Bennett.
Everybody write down Tony Bennett.
Yep.
Clue number 3. Drove a 1968 Volkswagen Beetle. Was last seen in a chair in 1989.
Oh, darn it. I know exactly what it is, but I can't remember his name.
Has been played by Mark Harmon, Carrie Elwes, Zac Efron, and more.
Lincoln, Ted Bundy.
Lincoln. Ted Bundy, yes, is correct. Last seen in a chair.
That was the Volkswagen actually made me think it was him. And I'm like, what's his name? What's his name?
Yeah. It was,
what was it?
got so many serial killers in this country.
So I read something like so true crime podcasts are a thing, right? That show on Hulu with Steve Martin and Martin Short about true crime. Very good. Watch that show.
Yeah, Michelle likes it.
It's quite good. As Norm Macdonald would say, this guy's a real jerk. But I did like that's like why it's like somebody I think it was a Norm Macdonald thing. He was like it's people are saying, why are women so fascinated with serial killers? Well, it's somebody who makes a plan, sticks to it, and is reliable. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Appeared in a famous scene in 1995's Clueless. Jerry Seinfeld's character temporarily rode one in a 2007 animated film? Originally manufactured using wool-wrapped sheep or goat stomachs.
Wow.
Hundreds of millions of these are produced each year. They changed colors in 1972 to increase visibility on television. Final clue. They are most often fluorescent yellow, covered in felt, and filled with air. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Aldi.
Aldi. 5.
Talking balloon. I don't know.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And tennis ball.
Tennis
Tennis
ball.
ball.
Come on.
Tennis ball.
Those clues were terrible.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Tony Bosca actually said it in the chat.
Yeah.
So we'll give Tony a point. Tony Bosca. We'll give
If
him a
Tony
point.
wins this game, I'm leaving.
All right. The only way the chat can get it is if nobody else gets it, though. So there you go. Clue number 1 has been seen on Everybody Loves Raymond, Modern Family, and The League. Was seen in 2006's Failure to Launch. Appeared in 1981's The Cannonball Run. Most often seen on Sundays.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Tom Brady.
What? Cannonball Run, he would have been a little kid.
Oh yeah,
I thought he might have been a little kid.
Barry.
Barry.
Tom Berenger. No, that's not right.
Yeah.
Down to Matthew and Lincoln. Connected to Louisiana and Pennsylvania. Final clue. 4-time Super Bowl champion quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, who played in the 1970s and 1980s and is now a football announcer.
Dude,
Oh.
I can't believe I don't remember his name.
Matt,
Yeah.
Matthew.
Terry Bradshaw.
Harry
Right,
Bradshaw is correct.
I don't remember him in Cannonball Run, but I definitely remember him in like Failure to Launch and things like that.
Yeah, he was
the dad, right?
No, yeah, he was the dad in Failure to Launch. He was, I forget who he teamed up with. There was like, it was him and another football player who had a car. And they were Hicks. They had like a truck that had giant wheels and they would drive over things and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. In 2007, had connections to Jack Black, Jason Schwartzman, Justin Long, and Paul Rudd. Connected to Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Were part of an invasion. Were represented by vultures in the Jungle Book.
Matt,
Matthew.
the Beatles.
The Beatles is correct.
on.
Lincoln, I'm so disappointed in you.
Really?
That's not a valid clue with word "the" in it.
Really?
Yeah, it's like connected to
Bogus.
but the next clue would have given it away. Connected to a colored marine vessel.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. And then the last one is nicknamed the Fab Four, which would have given it away.
The Beatles. Come on.
The Beatles. Here we go. Number 1. Connected to the number 5. is 15 inches long and between 3 and 5 inches thick. No jokes. No jokes. Connected to Pop Goes the Weasel. Connected to Brooks Robinson. Known as the Hot Corner.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Third base.
Third base is correct. I love the final clue. Is a metaphor for touching below the waist. Third base.
What's the number 5? Oh, it's the position.
Yeah. Here we go. Connected to hedge trimming in 1990. Connected to a handbook in 1988. Connected to a lost bike in 1985.
Matt,
Matthew.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton is correct.
I knew it from the first clue. I didn't get.
Me too. I just like. There's a lot of Edward Scissorhands quotes or clues in these games.
Yeah, he loves Edward Scissorhands.
I just rewatched Edward Scissorhands the other day. So, yeah. Then it was connected to humanoid apes in 2001. Connected to Jack Skellington in 1993.
Did he direct? P.B. Herman movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then connected to Bruce Wayne in 1989. I still remember winning my tickets to the premiere of Batman. That was pretty cool.
Bat dance.
Yeah.
Clue number 1. On stage is often represented by a light. Was silent in 1953. Often portrayed as jealous, spoiled, and stubborn. Often seen near dust. Is connected to Julia Roberts. Matthew.
Tinkerbell.
He's crushing it. What is going on, everybody?
That's not 2 words.
Yeah, it
That's
is
one
Tinker.
word.
No.
I don't think so.
I'll-
I don't know about that. Well, I'll allow it.
I remember
Yeah.
there was a
You're right,
long
it is
string. There was a long string of direct to like DVD Tinkerbell movies. Oh my gosh, when my daughter was like 3-4 years old, I must have watched those 1,000 times. Just which for me it was like I would say which one. There was like 5 of them and she picked one, and that was my I get an hour nap. Just like, let's go watch it on the couch. Yeah. They were bad though. There was one that was actually good. There was like an evil like Tinkerbell, and then of course they turned her good and stuff like that. It was good stuff there. All right, here we go. Clue number 1.
You have dark hair.
Yeah. See, you seen it, right, Lincoln?
No, it's
you just.
Bewitched and everything else. Whenever there's a bad one, the bad one always has dark hair.
Oh, I know. The brunettes are always the bad ones. So, here we go. Clue number 1 was seen on Entourage.
God, come on.
Hosted Saturday Night Live.
I'll say Aldi.
Aldi.
Tom Brady.
Thomas Brady is correct. Yes. Was drafted by the Montreal Expos, a baseball team that doesn't even exist anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
He was 4th round too, wasn't he?
6th round.
6th round.
6th round draft pick.
Still playing. Kicked our butts last week.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Like I'm waiting for that year where he's just not there, but he's still there.
Well, he's a cheater. So
Well, yeah. But
It happens.
if he ain't cheating, he ain't trying. As they say. Clue number 1 was one of the big 3. Connected to Dana Carvey on Saturday Night Live. Kabuki, the Expos basically became the Washington Senators.
Or
So
yeah.
there you go, answering that question. Has connections to the Challenger disaster, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and September 11th, 2001.
Hmm.
Connected to the Greatest Generation. Was an anchor.
Matt,
Matthew.
Tom Brokaw.
Yeah.
Tom Brokaw
Other
is
Canadian.
correct.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Is he
Did
Canadian?
not know.
Yep.
Does everybody else's microphones are working, right? Just
I think so.
the
The brain's not working.
I think Barry won one of these once. I think
Once.
Definitely.
once. Yeah.
I'm a stoner.
It was just stuff that was in his wheelhouse. Yeah. Robert just said no other things where normism. Take everything you know about bread and throw it out the window. Now let me tell you about this invention I made. Bread.
That's good.
Involves con artists. Has multiple connections to Saturday Night Live. Connected to Sandusky, Ohio. Deals with the sales of auto parts.
Matt,
Matthew.
Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy, yes. Involves a waitress who was persuaded to make chicken wings. Fat Guy in a Little Coat was performed by Chris Farley in this 95 comedy cult classic.
As soon as you said Sandusky, Ohio, I'm like,
Oh.
I
Figured a
know
memory.
this.
Good movie.
Matt ran away with it.
Matt's crushing.
7.
Yeah, so he's
beat
won,
him.
but just you can't beat him, but we might as well, we'll play out the string with the 3 left. See if somebody else can. See if Barry can get one. Here we go.
Doubt it.
First seen in 1970. Connected to a former Microsoft employee. When this is one word, it describes someone who is an innovator. Guest starred on an episode of a Fred Armisen television series. Most often seen wearing red, white, and black. Won the NBA title in 1977. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Trailblazers. The Portland Trail
Another bad clue.
Blazers. Yeah. Terry Porter, Clyde the Glide, Drexler. Trying to remember some other players. Anyway, doesn't matter. Here we go. Has been seen near Muppets. Has appeared in Black Hawk Down, Dawn of the Dead, and The Incredible Hulk. Was a whale. Is an Emmy Award
Aldi.
winner. Aldi.
Tony Bennett?
Clue 4 is an Emmy Award winner. Was a time traveling dog in 2014. Final clue. Is real estate agent Phil Dunphy on Modern Family. 5,
I've never seen it.
4, 3, 2, Yeah, I have no idea who this guy is.
Ty Burrell.
Ty Burrell. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't even know who that is.
That's a little too out there, but yeah.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Right.
He's
No
never
clue.
been on Saturday Night Live.
Well,
That's
yeah.
the
I'm sure he'd be crushed to hear you say that, LD.
No.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure
I
he's way more rich and famous than I. I mean, come on.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, but no clue. Catherine Zeta-Jones has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Half the time she's Zeta. Clue number one. Final clue. Final one. Briefly appeared in Michael Jackson's music video for Black or White.
Tony Bennett. No.
Has
It is-
appeared in Coyote Ugly, Higher Learning, and Tropic Thunder.
It's not Aldi.
Aldi.
Tony Bennett. He was
And
not in the video.
How can that not be an answer,
I
right?
thought he was in the video. Huh. All right.
has appeared both inside and on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Lincoln. Tyra Banks.
Tyra Banks is correct.
Hey.
Has she done anything? I mean, I remember she was
She got a talk
like
show.
she's got a talk show. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't have normal TV, so I have no idea.
And she also runs some kind of fashion real reality show on Bravo or something.
Contest.
News to me, as they say. I don't, but I mean, what I don't know could,
Yeah, how is Tony Bennett not on that list?
Right?
Come on.
I don't know. I'll make it known you are less than pleased over the inclusions that they made.
That's hard though.
Non-plussed even.
Yes.
Well,
There you go.
to have Ty Burrell and not Tony Bennett. Come on.
Yeah, right.
Well, like I said, I don't even know who that is.
He's
dad.
the father.
He's Julie Bowen's husband on the show.
He's
Well,
the-
I've never watched that show.
Yeah,
ever
that
in
show's
my life.
funny. It's
Neither
good.
have I. Nikki
It's a
won.
good show. It's a good sitcom.
You know me though, Scott. I don't
Is there a
watch
laugh
these
track?
things.
No.
Well, then I might be.
It's handheld camera, and they have like the zoom shots. It's shot office style.
Well, if there's no laugh track, I might.
You should watch it. It's quite entertaining.
Laugh
What do you
track is
say?
kind of the what.
Kills show. Yeah, it's not like a 2.5 Men or anything. Like
WandaVision had
Big Bang Theory or.
Yeah, no, yeah, I am. I'm not a fan of the laugh track, as we've talked about, as we've mentioned.
What show are you talking about?
Any show with
Modern Family.
Modern Family.
Modern Family, yeah.
Ever seen it?
If
You
you
wanna-
were a Russian prostitute on a date with serial killer Andrei Chikatilo, aka the Rostov Ripper, and he couldn't achieve an erection, well, let's just say that was not your lucky day.
Terrible.
Norm.
You going to Gen Con, Christian?
No.
Where do you live?
Texas, Houston,
Houston?
Austin. Yep.
Houston.
That's why BGG Con is great.
Drive
Not
me.
the only reason, obviously. But yeah, I like Gen Con, but it's the same price to go for half the show, and it's too soon.
Yep.
Yep.
I had no plans on Gen Con.
And that was why I can't talk. That was why
I mean, are we?
my
in this
boss
for the-
decided not to go. He's like, I'm not paying full price to.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's why a lot of publishers didn't go.
A
I'd
lot of
have to
publishers
fly
did, though.
too.
I mean, the prices didn't change, right? It's all the same prices.
No, full price.
I mean, even if they lower ticket prices, hotels and flight are the big things.
Yeah.
That
It's
doesn't.
Yeah.
still expensive. This hotel, which is not close, that
Crazy.
close is not cheap.
Yeah, I saw the credit card charges come through
Yeah.
today. They're not cheap.
Hey, that's lovely for being that distant, and it's 5 nights, whatever. Nice.
Yeah. I'd have to
Traveling-
fly too, so I can't drive because we can't cross the border.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another expense that I don't want to have to pay.
How come Daryl Andrews keeps? I saw he's driving.
No, Daryl flew. Daryl drove to the airport.
Oh, I thought he drove and then
You
flew.
remember, you remember driving?
We did a lot of miles in the last couple weeks. Yeah, I remember.
So I think that's
No,
a
I
remember
was
ri-
like,
I
no,
remember
do you
riding.
remember sitting behind
remember
the wheel of a
riding.
car?
Yes. Been a few years.
In all the years that I've known Scott, I think he's driven us maybe twice.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Lincoln?
I'm a good
He's
driver.
fine driver. I don't.
I'm a good driver. I'm an
I'm an excellent driver.
I'm an excellent driver. I'm an excellent driver.
I think he doesn't like to drive,
I hate it.
and I kind of don't blame him.
Really? I find it
I
relaxing.
could try that Tesla auto drive thing and see how that is.
You and Forrest.
And he'd be in the passenger seat, no less.
Yeah, for the passengers. We're gonna go look at them.
Well,
There's a Tesla showroom like right down the street.
There's a lot. You might as well look, but there's a bunch of new. We actually saw the most electric cars I've ever seen. Different brands on the road today going to the airport. Than I've seen in forever.
That one they did with the yoke steering wheel, though, I would never buy that.
I saw the new Polestar. I saw the new VW. I saw.
Did you hear the Volt? They're saying don't park within 50 feet of other cars
Why?
because
Blowing up.
they're catching on fire.
Oh, you're kidding.
It's
Whoopsie.
the LG batteries, I guess, is what they're saying now, which I don't understand why it's them.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
The other cars are using those batteries, so I don't know what the story is.
They might not have them vented right or something.
Because they were
Yeah.
claiming that guy's car, the senator or whatever, the representative whose car caught on fire, that's a big electric car proponent, had the fix done, and it's still.
Oh, he had the recall.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, he parked outside still, I guess, because of the cars catching on fire. I better hit it. I gotta call my mom, and it's bedtime. Gotta get up early. I think this is
All right, good luck.
Since we
Hey, Lincoln.
It'll be weird not to see any nobody's broadcasting from the show, right? Like no media.
maybe tomorrow we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of people here. There's I mean,
if it wasn't us, who else would there be?
Yeah, I know.
I think they do Gen Con TV last year? Yeah, they did it in
They did.
2019. Yeah, I remember the ladies walking around.
Well, they might be doing something this year since they did all that stuff for the March thing that they did. They did a bunch of media stuff, so maybe they're doing something.
I'll check it out and see if I can find anything.
Anyway, you guys take care. It was fun. And
Have a
Hey,
great
man.
night.
It's good to see you, Lincoln.
yeah, I wish I had
Have
more
fun
news
tomorrow.
to tell you from here, but tomorrow I'd have we're going to stream tomorrow for game night and talk about what we saw. I'm hoping I can drag somebody else in here besides myself.
I'll check it out.
Yep. Hey, buddy, take care, everyone.
See ya.
See you later. Oh,
Cut your hair, Lance?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you cut your hair?
No.
Oh,
Cut your
okay.
beard?
I was getting scraggly. My wife cut like an inch off. So
You got
it happens.
How long
It's,
has it been
it's
since
going,
you
it's
had
going
short
more
hair?
and more gray every single time she cuts it. It's just like but that's fine. Whatever. I'm getting
I hear you, man.
distinguished.
I hear you.
Distinguished gentleman.
Yeah. I have a buddy who went bald early, and he's got the U, so he just shaves. He has his wife shave his head, but he's got the chin strap beard, and it's like even when I knew him with hair, it was like he was already going gray. Like he started going gray when he was like 25.
Yep.
And he had like sandy blonde hair to begin with, so it just turned kind of white. And so I was just like, but whenever he comes over to play D&D, it's just pitch black. Just like, Brad, you're not fooling anybody. He's like, what are you talking about? You don't know any better? I was like, I went to high school with you. You had gray hair
I had
when
a
you were
friend
18.
in sixth grade go gray. He burned all his hair off with gas by accident. It all came back gray.
Huh. Maybe he saw a ghost.
Well, he saw his life flash before his eyes, burning himself with gasoline.
yeah.
I lit the barbecue one time and took my eyebrows
Your
off.
eyebrows off.
Did you?
Oh, I grilled this weekend too, man. I had a good weekend.
Did you?
My brother-in-law's birthday, and we just grilled steaks. You know, that's one thing about Instacart. If you order steak, they're terrible at picking.
Yeah.
Like they literally picked the most disgusting looking set of steaks. I would never have touched that package. One of them was actually rotten.
Real.
So
Toss
you mentioned the grill thing.
Yeah.
One of my the thing, one of my absolute favorite stories, and you'll have no frame of reference to this at all, but my stepfather, may he, I loved him dearly, may he rest in peace. He had a very dry sense of wit, and he rarely made a joke. When he did, it was perfectly timed, right? And I remember me and a few of my friends went down to our lake cabin, and one of my friends had brought like steaks down. It was getting late. It was like 8, 9 o'clock, and he was like sitting there, and he wanted to grill. He wanted to grill food. He was like, I've been looking forward to making this stuff. I've been marinating the stuff and everything like that. And so my stepfather said, the grill's a little tricky to start, so just let me, because he had started getting ready for bed. He's like, let me put a jacket on, and I'll come out and I'll get it started for him. And like my buddy Scott said, whatever, it can't be that tricky. And I was sitting there, and we were like setting up tents to stay in because there was a ton of us. We were coming down there for a softball tournament, and I still remember like as I was leaning over and I was hammering a steak, and like I felt the concussive like whoop, like actually like go like this, and I see my friend Scott racing down to the lake, like to put his entire arm, which had no hair on it anymore, racing down to the lake to put his hand in the lake. And then my stepfather poked his head. Did he get it going?
Himself for the barbecue.
Yeah, just
or grill, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it was like there was a flash of light. The woof is all the. It was. Oh man, like literally. I told that story when I spoke at his funeral, and like it was a good laugh. It was a good laugh. But yeah, that I speaking of grills, I got that flat top griddle. My wife bought that.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Oh my gosh, is that sweet? It's so much fun to cook on too, because I used to work at a bowling alley and worked on a flat top grill at the bowling alley, making burgers and
Did you get a Blackstone?
What?
Blackstone?
Yeah, I got a Blackstone.
Yeah,
it's pretty sweet, man. I made breakfast on it. I made a giant bowl of fried rice on it. It was just
weird. I never thought of cooking fried rice in the thing, but it makes sense.
Right.
It's so easy too, man. It's just like you buy a bag of frozen veggies, and then cook up your rice, and then the trick is you just gotta spread it out and let it dry out, and then you throw it onto the grill, and you just you put soy sauce on it and then you throw the veggies on there as well, and just kind of oil up the veggies a little bit, and then you just put a bunch of soy sauce, and you just get and then you're basically just working the soy sauce into the rice. And then after you get that done, you crack, depending on how much rice you have, just crack 3-4 eggs, and then scramble those up, mix it into the rice, mix the veggies in. And then I cubed up a bunch of chicken, so and then I cooked up the chicken, put some teriyaki sauce on the chicken, put it all together. Oh my god, it was.
Yeah, that chicken looked pretty good.
Yeah, I still have probably enough for one more bowl left in the fridge that I might eat that after we're done here, just to is my late night snack. But yeah, fantastic. It's fantastic. And
I've been watching this guy on YouTube, Josh Wiseman.
Yeah, watch him.
He's good. I like his stuff.
I like him too, but every once in a while I'm like, I cringe for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh no, I hear you. I totally hear you on that.
Yeah, he's good.
It's too much.
It's too much.
Yeah,
Too much.
I think he knows it's too much, and that's why.
I think he does it on purpose. It's funny.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the
I
whole
like
thing.
it, I want to like Babish. Do you watch Binging with Babish?
No.
I mean, he's good, but it's almost too much. And he does voiceover for everything, so it's unnatural, right? It's film. Everything's filmed below his neck, right? So it's like
okay.
waist down and his hands, and then
Okay.
he's talking through it, right? Talking, and it doesn't. It's solid content. I mean, it's good, but it's like it's just something weird, like to not see their face talk.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't know what you're talking about.
It's YouTube.
Has anybody played any games lately? I talked about collabs. Anybody have
So
anything
I want to
you
go
talk
back to
about?
Beyond the Sun. Do you guys know that one?
I've
Yeah,
heard of it. I've never played it.
It's real good.
It's really good.
It's a tech tree game, but the tech tree is different every game. So you basically start with the same 4 techs, level 1, and it's worker placement. You get worker placement. You can adapt a level 2 tech, and then you get if you are the one that creates the level 2 tech, you can use it, and then other people can come in on it as well. But they you get a bonus for creating it. You get like a little random event that like usually is to your benefit, not always. And the goal of the game is to do like an area control in space with all these techs. So the techs will either let you move faster or make new ships and put them out in the space, or and you're trying to colonize planets. So it's I can't find a problem with it. It's really fun.
Can you see yourself playing it again in a year?
Everybody in my group wants to play it again. I want to play it again.
I played it like 5 times in 1 year.
Yeah, I think I would play it again. My one complaint was my level 4 techs are hard to get to. I spent the whole game getting to level 4, and it was like a week. The choices were pretty weak. I wanted something like totally game breaking, but it's almost just like you're unlocking a end game bonus score.
Yeah.
So then you have to do that to get any real benefit out of it. I did get the one tech I thought that was awesome was wormholes. So I could just jump anywhere in space. Like, whereas other people have to move through a path. And that was pretty cool.
It does sound.
Are there any other techs that are cool, Christian?
Trying to remember, I wanted to try to see if I could go all tech and not do any of the area control.
I don't think you can win that way.
Yeah, it's a mistake. You can't do it. You have to have I think 70 to 30 is the widest you can get apart, right? Between one or the other. You have to invest somewhat.
There's a lot of game and creating text, like researching and making text. Like you can, and I think I spent more than the first half of the game doing that and moving no ships in space. But then I started seeing the other guys getting like 7 points for colonizing this planet. I'm like, I just got 7 points. It took me half the game to get here, so I better start colonizing. I don't know if it's colonizing, settling. I don't know what you call it, but basically you're taking over the planet.
Yeah, it also, you also get some benefits depending on the planet, right?
And some of the benefits are pretty huge. And plus, and settling on planets basically lets you unlock more of your discs off your base board. As you pull discs off your board, you're getting more stuff, right? Like everything's covered up at the beginning of the game. And as you I don't want to say colonize, but settle, you take discs off your board and put them on the planets, which gives you more income. And there's this whole cool automation thing too, which is neat. It is called colonizing. Yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
I had to start playing.
It's pretty neat. I was very impressed with it. And you always get a choice of 2 techs. So so depending on the path you're on, there's like 4 colors. So there's green is money, blue is pure science, yellow is I can't remember. And red was, I want to say
red was just basically like combat, like it was
combat, but I don't remember any combat. There's no combat in the game.
It's like, yeah, but it's
you're making androids.
Like the area control or something like that.
Yeah, your area control. Like I think it was more like getting stronger ships.
Yeah.
And maybe yellow was like movement and stuff. So
I think
it's not pretty. It's basically a board of 40 spaces for cards. Like you,
and a small little board.
The tech, and then I wish the other. Yeah, I would have read it. I mean, it feels like it's not quite graphically good enough. Like the main part of the game takes place on this little tiny board off to the side, and it's like shoved all the way. Like the main board of all the text is massive, and then you get this like area control board off to the side with all the planets. But
So it gets
yeah,
it
fun.
gets a thumbs up from Mr. Board Game Geek. Is what you're telling me.
Absolutely. And I have not gushed enough about Oath. Like it's definitely like contender for game of the year for me. Even though it's so much conflict, all you're trying to do is take the other people down. Like you don't
Conflict
build up.
is good though.
You don't build up in that game at all. Like it might be build up a little. Like you'll drop your war bands off to protect the location, right? But a lot of times you're mostly going after attacking the main whoever's winning.
Didn't it come out in the same year as Sleeping Gods?
Yes, came out this year.
So we know who won.
The Sleeping Gods will be better. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, Oath is pretty great. The cool thing about Oath is every card is different and every game feels different. Like every location can be different. All the cards are different and they're thematic too. Like, you know, you can have archers or you can have a horse or you can get like, we had this one card on the board called Elders, which was like a crazy way to get income or books, secrets. Book of Secrets is what you were trying to get. So
That's
and the art is awesome. It's all Kyle Farron's art from, you know, he did Root, all that cartoony animals and stuff. And the game, it turns into a weird, like I attack you and you attack him and he attacks you, and then eventually this guy gets sort of king making a little bit, which some people I think don't like, but I thought it was fine. It just create like you're racing to all control this one banner in the game called the Banner of Secrets. In this game, you can change. And then I would steal it from him and the other guy would steal it from me, which would let this other guy win. And they're like, why are you doing that? I'm like, what am I supposed to do otherwise, right? I have to do something. I can't win myself. So
it has that
then,
kind of Innis thing where you're
Yeah.
thing where you're trying to.
it's very reminiscent of PAX Premier 2nd Edition.
Of
It's
what?
also a PAX Premier 2nd Edition.
Oh, okay.
If you know that.
I do know.
There's 6 factions in the game too. You don't control them, but you like sort of use them as advisors. So depending on which advisors you take, it gives you a thematic play of the game. Like the order are very like, you know, it's like knights and horses and, you know, very medieval stuff. And then there's like the arcane, which is all magic stuff. So it's just cool. And it tells a story. You know, as you play the cards and use the cards, you can say like, well, this guy helped me do this, you know. And there's
maybe I'll have to try it out at some point.
Yeah, there's a bunch of artifacts in the game too, which are you think are powerful because they're hard to get, but they're really not. They're not super powerful. They're just kind of middling powerful. But one of the game-winning goals is to have the most artifacts. Relics is what they're called. So I don't know. Neat game. I do want to play it more. And once you're playing it, it's like an hour and a half maybe for 4 players, like maybe 90 minutes. It could be longer, but it can snap by really quickly because it's an action point system. You've got at the beginning of the game you have 10 action points, and you know sometimes moving takes half your points, and then you have like only 2 or 3 points to do other things. So your turns can go pretty quickly. The game is slow when you're looking for cards. Searching is what it's called. You'll spend action points to draw cards, and you have to look at all the cards you draw and make a decision which one to keep and which one to play. So that's what slows it down.
You have to go fishing.
There's a lot of fishing in that game. And in fact, my suggestion of strategy was if you don't know what to do, go fishing. Because the cards are drastically powerful, very powerful. It can change the game.
Weren't you complaining about a game recently that had?
Yes.
Was it Dune Imperium? Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm such a enigma wrapped in a what is it called? A mystery wrapped in an enigma.
See, I don't mind it in Dune, but I do mind it.
And I didn't like it in Dune.
You guys talking about turducken?
Oh, hey, Evan.
Yeah.
It's Evan, everybody. Woo.
Hey, man.
A strange thing to hope we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a fickle gamer.
I think all gamers at some point are.
Yeah. What's the rush? What are we doing?
Talk about Gen Con.
Oh, all right, yeah,
And games.
that's fair. I think those are reasonable topics for
I'm a
this
riddle.
podcast.
I wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a. I
That's
forget
it.
what
It's a
it's
turkey.
Conundrum?
No, it's something from Winston Churchill.
Turkey,
An enigma wrapped in a
chicken.
riddle.
No, turkey, duck, and a chicken.
Yeah, something like that.
stuff.
I don't
Who
think
else
I've
has played
ever
anything good?
been- I don't think I've ever been so unaware of Gen Con,
Yeah, me. I
at least
like.
in years.
Like I think
Yeah,
I've
it is
heard
weird,
of
right?
like 2 of the titles that are coming up. I
A
just
riddle
haven't-
wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. That's when
There you go.
It could be
That was
mine,
Winston
Scott.
Churchill.
that's the
Yeah.
that's
No,
how he
that was
described
Churchill.
that's how he described the Soviet Union.
Do you guys ever played that celebrity game where everybody puts names in a thing and have a hat and you draw it and you have partners and stuff?
Oh, and then you have to guess who it
I
is.
played
and-
Time's
Yeah,
Up.
yeah. And like the first round is you get to say whatever you want except for the person's name. The second round is you get 3 words, and the fourth round is you just gesticulate, and people still have to guess the names.
Time's Up.
Uh,
The commercial version of that game is called Time's Up.
oh, it's time's up. My brother and I, we got Winston Churchill, and my clue was
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how like you define the language of the game as you play it.
yeah. And he was like,
Yeah, we had
Winston
a
Churchill.
Stalin marching
Oh, no.
what's that called? Pigeon toe, not pigeon toe. What do you call it when you
Oh yeah. That's called
Um,
I think it's called Pigeon Walk, right?
pigeon
Knock need.
No, when
No,
when you're
it's
marching
the-
where you kick your where
it's
your
the
high
straight
Heels
feet.
up, yeah.
yeah the
it's the
heels
straight
up
feet.
first. Yeah, what is that calling?
Oh,
Pigeon
Um,
marching? No, that's not
I
what.
think
It's
something
something
like that.
marching.
yeah.
That thing reminds me of I was
Sean
playing.
Connery said it in the 30 Indiana Jones movie. Goose stepping.
Goose
Step,
stepping.
Goose stepping.
That's what it
Goose
is.
stepping something something,
That is what it is. Yeah.
which is not Stalin, but it
No.
turned into Stalin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
There's a few countries that do that still, actually. I think I've seen.
yeah, North Korea. does.
Yeah. North Korea.
Yeah. Just to channel some good energy.
Worked for them back then. Why change that?
Don't they kind of like do a little pop too when they do it?
Yeah, they do a little bounce.
Yeah.
and-
Or maybe that's just in the parades. But
yeah. Well, that's all I've seen. Yeah, there's a celebrity Time's Up. A celebrity is Time's Up. That's what Kabuki Kid was saying.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was the cool thing about Time's Up is their word pool,
Oh yeah.
right? Because then you're not playing with just anything. It's like very
Right.
limited world.
It's actually somewhat
You can have some
yeah.
overlaps. There might be
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 Star Trek characters or something.
right. Well, you can do that with celebrity. You go, all right, here's the theme.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I've never played it like pure like that.
Yeah.
Really?
It's actually a blast. Yeah.
Always played Time's Up.
I Time's Up depends upon the group, right? I've definitely had groups that like weren't fun, but I've definitely had groups that were just laugh out loud hilarious. I'm not going to mention names, but there's a couple of people that I end up playing. I play Time's Up with a lot that like
Suck the fun out of it.
they suck the fun out of it, and they definitely
Fuck that.
they try to like own the room, I guess is the best way to say it. Like
Hmm.
it's just like because everybody's like having fun and joking and everything like that. And I've definitely been with people that are just like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just kind of like telling you that you're doing it wrong, or
Doing it wrong.
Oh,
just
yeah.
like and you're
Fun
just
is
kind of like,
wrong.
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
like who the winning this doesn't really matter. All we're doing is just
Yeah,
having
if
fun.
you're playing
yeah.
super serious, it can be a little frustrating.
Yeah.
If you're playing
I am
any
not
of
good
those
at
games, if
that.
you're playing any of those
No.
games that are like I can't even think like any of those games that are like the snake whale games where it's like, okay, who do you think did the best job? It's like
Yeah, the voting.
the vote doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's the junk that you said otherwise. It's
Yeah.
AB Fishmouth.
yeah.
Baby fish.
I was trying to think of another game that like
Is that like the opposite of Chubby
that's the
Bunny?
Pictionary game. Baby Fishmouth. It's from When Harry Met Sally. They're
When
playing
Harry Met
Pictionary.
Sally, yeah. Big fish mouth? Yeah.
Pecan
I
pie.
haven't seen that in a long time.
It's the second best movie of all time. I mean, come on.
Pecan.
Gosh, gosh.
Of the
Ooh.
90s.
I actually found a list
Jeez.
of the 2000s.
Oh no.
No.
What's best rock songs of 2000?
No, the best TV shows of the 2000s. That's only 51.
Which one? Which one's number 51?
Why can't we get like a top 10, top 20?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the top
Because
20.
Jesus Christ.
Do any of them have Larry Appleton in it? That's what I want to know.
So here we go.
Perfect
Here we go.
strategy, man.
Here. No, this will be good. This is
Very applicable.
2000s. This is stuff that
Alright,
we
whatever.
that you either.
I'll be right back.
watched-
I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh. We gotta
See you in an
wait.
hour, Scott.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too.
Oh.
You just killed it with the list, man.
Yeah, I know. But hey, it's glamour.com. So
But I'm
Get
here.
a
I'm here
drink.
for it. I'm here for it. What do you got? What do you got?
I
Some of us
like how long you let the beard grow there, Evan? It's getting scruffy.
Oh, it just
Good.
life has been crazy. I just haven't had a chance.
Just let it. Just let it
Just
grow.
let it
man.
go, man.
Just let it go. It just grows back.
I actually need
Uh,
to shave very soon, or my daughter will be super freaked out when I finally shave it.
So George Bernard Shaw. was
Hey, it's
once-
my great uncle.
Really?
I don't even know who that is.
Like seriously, George Bernard Shaw is your great uncle?
Yeah.
Can I get his autograph?
GBS, man. GBS.
Thanks for being a good straight man for my joke there.
Who's on first?
Yeah, jeez. It's like we need to discuss the Laurel and Hardy. But anyway, no. So George Bernard Shaw, when somebody asked him, like, cause he had a very well pronounced beard. He was a playwright and poet and what have you. And he said that when he was a child of like 10 or 11, he was watching his father shave in the morning. And he asked him, it's like, why do you shave every day? And his father, instead of like, giving him an answer, he said, I remember he stopped and like, he didn't say anything for nearly a minute. And he said, I have no idea. And he threw his razor out the window and he never shaved again.
That's hilarious.
He just
I like it.
yeah. So there you go.
So that was your great grandfather who stopped shaving one day.
Great uncle. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah great. Yeah.
Great.
That's about right.
Yeah, something like that. Well, yeah, I just let it grow. It just comes back. I mean, you can trim it. Like if my sides, if I start getting like, because they'll get out to like here, and then my wife usually like, says,
she's like, it's time.
They're going or I'm going.
Yeah.
So- and that's easy. You take a comb and then you take a scissors and go snip.
Yeah.
Snip.
Yeah, easy peasy.
And then it's over and done with. All right, here we go.
What are we doing?
The 51, according to
Oh.
glamour.com.
Glamour. Ooh.
Okay, I'm
According
ready.
to glamour.com, these are the 51 best TV shows
Do they just do this for
2000s.
clickbait and
of
search
the
results?
2000s. Who knows? Who cares?
Glamour.com.
You have to
Here we
click
go.
next every
Imagine having superpowers, but having the problems of a high schooler.
I
This
love
TV
those.
shows. Smallville, very good.
Oh,
ran from-
Smallville.
Ran from
I was just talking about that
2001.
too.
That was number
I thought it was the
51.
cheerleader save the world one. Remember that one?
Oh,
Heroes. That was
Heroes.
such a good first season.
It was,
Yeah.
and then fell apart.
That did.
And that was it.
I had a few friends who swore by it. They just like they set their clocks to Smallville by watching it.
Smallville.
I have all 10 seasons on DVD.
There you
I
go.
enjoyed it.
So does Hulu.
That's
Here we go. This cult hit had a rabid enough fan base that after it was canceled, they had a movie to tie up all the loose ends.
Buffy.
Oh, Firefly.
Oh,
Firefly. There you go.
Ah.
Twin Peaks, no Firefly. Okay.
Number
the
50.
other
That was
one.
number 50.
never seen it.
No Buffy movie, unfortunately.
Number
Oh, yeah, the
49.
movie came first. That's right.
These are the best spoiled, best friends forever shtick into reality gold with the series about two heiresses attempting to survive among the normies.
Paris.
Oh, it was
Hilton,
Paris and what's her name? Nicole Richie.
Yep.
Nicole
What
Richie.
was it
What's the
called
name of
though?
that show?
What was it
Something
called?
life.
Politically
something.
normal.
They were in on the joke, and while they might poke fun at the blue collar people they encounter, it's all with an eye towards entertainment, not serious mockery.
The Good Life? No.
Living
Something life, yeah.
Starts
Living
with an S.
easy.
Starts with an S.
Spoiled.
Simple life.
The simple
Yeah.
life.
Simple Life.
I'm convinced all Matthew does is look at pop culture all day long. He
I
doesn't
know,
do
he's
any. He
super
doesn't do
pop
any
culture.
artwork or anything. That's all he does.
I'm a big
that's a
pop
Canadian
culture.
thing.
All right,
Yeah.
this is number 48. Ran from 2001 to 2006. This rocketed the actress to fame as the lead in this twisty show about a grad student who gets recruited as a spy by the CIA?
Alias.
Oh,
Alias.
yeah.
Very
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Great show.
That lasted 5 seasons.
I never finished it.
Oh,
You
it's-
did. I
it
don't
finished-
Does it end well?
Yeah, it ends well. My
So she becomes a double agent for the CIA along with her estranged dad, who is also a double agent. Also, her fiance gets murdered. Bradley Cooper is there listed. It's honestly hard to explain, but not hard to follow if you watch it. Watch it now on Amazon Prime. 2009 and 2010. This follow-up to Buffy was short-lived, but fully embraced by sci-fi
Angel.
fans.
Angel, yeah.
Nope,
Angel.
wrong.
No.
We're
Willow.
intrigued by brainwashed spies and their daring adventures.
Oh, Dollhouse.
Dollhouse.
That was a
Oh.
Buffy sequel?
No, he just
Oh,
did it after.
Yeah.
It's because Eliza Dushku was on it.
That was annoying because that thing
Oh,
got
right.
canceled so fast.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, they
That
got
was supposed
one
to
more
be pretty
season.
good, I
and
thought, right?
I liked
that
it.
season sucks
Yeah.
so bad.
See, you're already talking. You're already chatting up a storm, and like you think this is a bad idea. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
Number 46 ran from 2001 to 2015.
Whoa. Friends.
This is pretty much
Supernatural.
this. Nope. This was pretty much the gift that kept on giving.
Law and Order.
I don't know.
Law and Order won 20 seasons.
This teen drama originally premiered in 1979, and from there, multiple generations came after it to form this universe. This was the next generation. It was full of storylines focusing on sex.
Degrassi?
Degrassi, the next generation.
Wow.
Canadian, of course. So Matthew
I
got
got
that
it.
one.
Saw that.
Oh, and plus the
brought us
show
Drake.
blessed us with Drake.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Ran from 2007 to 2012. You know how everyone's always trying to find a show that's got action but isn't scary and is enough of a mystery to keep you entertained without being confusing, but also has plenty of humor and romance? This was that show. It's not a perfect series. It's kind of a perfect watch, anchored by the sparkling performances of the two leads.
Oh.
Super spy and his secret agent handler. He's a hapless geek who accidentally got government secrets in his brain.
Duck.
Chuck.
Duck.
Never watched
There you
it.
go.
Oh, I never did.
I
see
watched
that.
like 2 episodes of that.
Is
when
it
somebody
good?
told-
I
somebody
liked
told
On
me-
the list.
Yeah, I had a buddy who said it was like absolutely amazing, and I watched 2 episodes and I wasn't grabbed.
Adam
think- I
Baldwin's
think it
in it,
went-
so
Yeah, I think it went like a season too long, but it was still.
yeah.
I think I watched 2 episodes too many. So 2005 to 2017. So I will say this show, I will always remember this show because the night that my wife and I went into the hospital because she was having like fake labor pains, and so we went to the hospital and she was under observation. We watched like 2 episodes of this because it was like there was some sort of marathon going on. We watched on normal TV. It's the only 2 episodes of the show I've ever watched.
The
But
Office.
this hit procedural
Grey's
follows.
Anatomy.
Nope, wrong.
DSI.
Wrong.
Scrubs.
Star as a scientist and an FBI agent.
Fringe.
They solve all kinds of crimes and mostly just fall in love.
Bones.
X-Files.
Bones is correct.
Bones.
Bones.
Couldn't get into that. I tried to watch.
I liked it.
3 episodes.
Didn't see it.
There you go. It was a lighter take on Law and Order style television or the X-Files without the paranormal.
The idea that they had science beyond what we actually have in real life, just at a museum, was crazy.
Yeah. Well, I still remember the episode of CSI where they well, we can't see the guy who shot the person when they came in the elevator. We'll check the camera. It's like, oh, the camera doesn't, the security camera. It's like, wait a minute, focus in on his eye. And they blew a picture of his eye and there was the reflection of the person in the eye for like somebody's camera in an elevator.
Enhance.
Yeah.
Enhance.
Like literally like a $78,000 camera. They allowed them to anyway. And I always love anything in a TV show where they have to search through. We're going to search through all the fingerprints, see if we can find this. And they have an actual physical picture of each one flashing on the screen. It's like,
Nope,
Why-
not that one. Nope, not that one.
why would you have to see that?
It's like
all
when
right.
they hack and it shows the 3D files moving.
Oh
around.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or
Oh.
sorry,
Yeah.
NCIS, the one with Mark Harmon. There's the episode where they had a hacker trying to hack into their mainframe. And like the girl like couldn't type the hacking fast enough on her keyboard. So like the other guy could move over, and he took one side of the keyboard and she took the other side. It's like, how would that work?
It works. It works. I've done it.
Okay, here you go.
You just have to look at each other in the eyes while you do it.
Yeah. Number
Yeah,
43. Number 43 ran from 2005 to 2008. Let's see here. It's animated. Fans ranked it among the best all ages storytelling they've ever seen. This was an epic series about an adventure with a boy and his friends tasked with keeping harmony between the elements and the nations at war.
Oh, Avatar?
Avatar. There you go.
Oh, I just finished that.
Oh, have you moved on to Korra?
I actually watched Korra first.
What?
I watched about half a dozen episodes of Avatar, and then I'm like, I lost interest like a couple of years ago. Then I watched Korra for some reason, and then I just finished Avatar. Really good. Really good.
Well, there you go.
Avatar is a show.
Dave Filoni started.
Not the James Cameron Avatar.
Oh, is it the
Last Airbender.
Airbender.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It is really good.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
All right. Where was I? Oh, yeah, here we go. Number 42 ran from 2000 to 2007. Fast talking, coffee drinking mother-daughter duo.
Oh, Gilmore Girls.
Yeah. I believe I have through osmosis absorbed that entire series.
Yep.
because and I don't think it's bad by any means. It's just not my show, obviously. But I've walked through the room enough with my my daughter and my wife watching it, and they've watched like the whole thing. They seem to really enjoy it. So there you go. Sorry. Here you go. Ran from 2002 to 2008. Often cited as one of the best TV shows of all time. Famously snubbed by the enemies. Still considered an example of early prestige television.
West Wing?
Pulled no punches and provided no happy endings.
Well, was it Oz?
Not West Wing.
Nope.
Wired.
Based, it's like an intricate drama about poverty, violence, corruption, education.
The Shield.
Wrong.
Really?
Based in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
The Wire.
The Wire.
The Wire. That's correct.
Okay. The Wire, not Wire.
Yeah. The Wire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Wire.
Dude just died from
EW.
The Wire.
Yeah.
Williams.
That's sad. It sounds
Yeah.
like it was drug related.
I like him a lot. I liked him a lot as an
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah, he was a really good actor.
Yeah.
you guys better
All
look
right.
out. I'm taking an acting class, so
Are you?
that'll be my name soon. Because it goes from you take one class and then suddenly you're famous. That's how that.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
That's how
Two
that works.
2 classes.
There's that whole casting couch thing too, Evan, though. So
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
Good luck.
sometimes you know.
2005 to 2012. Deftly blended satire, family dynamics, and a little mystery. Earned a slew of Emmy nominations and holds up well, even as the ongoing movement to legalize what this was about makes it more of an artifact of its era.
Weeds.
Weeds.
Yeah.
I like how it says
Like the
warning.
end of
Warning, things get kooky at the end. Like
Oh,
the
really
first like two,
really
3
kooky.
seasons. The first
yeah,
two,
the
3
first-
seasons are fantastic.
Yeah. and then it goes off the rails.
Yeah, it just totally goes off the rails. But my wife and I watched that pretty.
I enjoyed it.
religiously. Yeah, I liked it a
Yeah.
lot.
I really like Mary Elizabeth, whatever her name is.
Mary Tyler
Yeah,
Moore.
I liked
Yes.
her brother-in-law. He was a good character in this.
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
Roger Moore.
But yeah, it totally went off the rails. Like they had him like join the army,
liked,
and then he was in it for like 2 episodes. He was in the army for like 2 episodes, and then
what was his girlfriend's name? It was the singer. What's her name?
yeah.
Oh God, I can't remember her name now. But I liked when she was on the show.
I do remember.
Singer.
One of my favorite when they it also like weirdly did a lot of things haphazardly too. Like they brought William Dreyfus in as like her crazy old teacher, like in high school,
Yeah.
who like basically she admitted that like she was like sleeping with him when she was like 16, 17 years old, and he was still in love with her. And they were gonna run off, and like I was like, well, that's kind of weird. You're basically saying this guy's like a rapist, and you're gonna use him because he's crazy and he works for the post office, and he's gonna try to like get you guys out of the country or whatever. But he did have a very good line where they're getting ready to fly in the plane. I think I've told the story before, but he takes out that like a trucker cap that has nothing on it, and then he starts writing in Sharpie, "Ask me about Jesus Christ. He is our Lord and Savior." And the brother goes, "Why are you doing that?" He goes, "Oh, whenever I fly in a plane, I always wear this hat, make sure nobody talks to me." He's like, "Well, what if somebody asks you to talk about Jesus Christ?" "Oh, then I pull out my laptop and I start watching porn." It's just
It's pretty foolproof, really.
She was on for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Alanis Morissette, awesome.
Yeah.
I like Alanis Morissette.
It was her
ran for
brother's girlfriend or wife. I think they even got married. Did they get married? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Ran from 2001 to 2010. This gimmick show was so simple to wonder it was never used before.
That's 70s show.
Seinfeld.
Yeah. This is a post 9/11 series.
Third Watch.
No. It's each season was based on a single situation. There was a threat to the country.
Oh, 24.
24.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
There you go.
That's right.
I liked it a little bit of that. I got bored with it though.
I mean,
Yeah.
Jack Bauer
Season
was
2.
always saving the world, you know.
Somebody's got to do it.
Someone's gonna do it. Yeah.
Number 38, 2004 to 2007. I like this show.
Lost.
No. Let's see here. I'm trying to do things that weren't going to give it away. This mystery show was a marvel, combining sharp writing and incredible performance from the lead actress. Truly sharp whodunit.
Veronica Mars.
There you go.
Oh,
Is it? Really?
Great fucking show.
That is, yeah. But the Hulu reboot is garbage. Don't bother
heard
watching
that.
it.
It's all right.
I tried watching it. I can get past
It's
it.
okay.
Hey, important question, Matt. Do you have a monogrammed mug?
I do actually.
Important question.
So
So important.
It was a gift.
The painting was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it.
It was a gift.
I love it.
One of the best lines in Wedding Crashers. It's like, I want my painting back. The painting was a gift, Todd. I'm keeping it.
Is that Vince Vaughn?
Yeah. And then it shows him and he's walking out with the painting underneath his arm. It's so good. So good. Let's see here. 2003 to 2007, Disney Channel. One of Disney Channel's biggest hits.
American High School order.
No.
Hannah Montana.
Surprisingly strange premise. It has supernatural element to the show.
Wizards of Waverly.
Wizards of Waverly.
Sabrina.
No.
Goosebumps.
Though I thought Sabrina was good too. The lead was able to see glimpses of the future. It was never even explored or explained.
Fuck. What's it called?
It's just a thing that gets her into trouble, and sometimes as she navigates high school, they're best friends by her side.
It's like Kim Possible.
No.
iCarly.
That's so Raven.
Raven.
There you go.
Oh, did they
You
not
can see
explain
into the
that?
future.
They never explained. Yeah, she like it was weird. I remember my daughter watched it. I was like, I was like, I mean, I had no idea. I just thought it was another one of those teeny bop shows, right? You know, just like, oh look, we gotta have a good band for the box social at school, you know. But no, it was weird. It was like, what's going on? 2006, 2013, one of the funniest sitcoms of all time, dense with jokes and references and bitingly satirical.
Family Guy.
No.
Arrested Development.
No. Let's see here. Lead actor is a head writer who was good at their job.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
No, but bad at pretty much everything else in life, which is where her executive mentor comes in. Between juggling the actors with big personalities and the writers with no social skills, the lead actress's alter ego is always at her wit's end.
Is this Liz Lemon?
Yep.
What's the name of that
30
show?
Rock?
Oh, 30 Rock.
30
Yeah.
Rock. Yep.
Never watched it.
Great show.
Why?
Good
It has,
show.
it has some good yeah.
Tracy
Let's see
Morgan.
here. Ran from 2006 to 2011. The original franchise was expanded and to include this, a spin-off series aimed at a slightly older audience, which eventually
Good
found
code.
some crossover appeal with American audiences as well. Series follows a con man from the future and his team of alien hunters. It lasted only 4 seasons, as opposed to the original series, which is still running. The series still lives on in games and comic books.
Lost
No
in
idea.
Space.
Torchwood. It's
Uh,
a Doctor Who
Uh,
spinoff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
with
That is a emotional show.
Number 34 ran from 2007 to 2013. This is like a British Degrassi. This adolescent soap features an ensemble cast of classmates coming of age and losing their innocence. The show tackled tricky topics like mental health and eating disorders, not to mention sex of all kinds. And it was a launch pad.
Skins.
There you go. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's all right actually.
Oh,
Saved
is
by
it?
the Bell.
Skins. It's definitely like adult themes.
Yeah, an American version never made it far, but the UK original remains a fan favorite. Number 33. This is a spin-off of another show, just like before, but even if you never watched Predatory System, you'll no doubt become obsessed with this show about the wives and girlfriends of pro football players who work
The
behind the
League?
scenes or who work behind the scenes to help the athletes' careers.
Oh, I remember that show. What was that? Footballers' Wives or something like that.
Wasn't it the
Yeah.
League? No.
It was called
No, The League was a totally different show. That was a comedy about
Yeah.
this
Oh,
fantasy
is it?
football draft.
Fantasy
Yeah,
football.
Oh, okay.
The
Which-
Game.
was
Oh, the
hilarious,
game. That's
by the
right.
way.
Yeah, I knew it was like the something.
All right.
That's where Chalupa Batman came from.
Here we go. 2005 to 2020, and that should give it away. Honestly,
Oh, Supernatural.
there you go. Boom.
Ah,
For who?
More than
Wow.
300 episodes.
that
This is a
live.
reason to tune in. That everything else about the Supernatural series definitely is. It starts as a monster of a family drama. I tried to watch this, and I tried to watch it. I just couldn't care.
I
It's not for-
like it. I'm watching it
watched the
right
first-
now, actually.
I watched the first 5 seasons.
Yeah.
After a while, I was like, okay. But it was good for a while.
This is one of my all-time. This is number 31. This is one of my all-time favorite shows, and this is probably in the top 2 or 3 of my wife's favorite shows. Show focuses on a group of friends who they all work at the same place.
Yeah.
Big Three.
It ran for 9 seasons, though the last couple are probably not worth watching.
The Drew Carey Show.
No
What was
laugh
the-
track. I'm just telling you what.
What was the description?
Well, I can't give you because it'll give it away.
What was
Is
the
it
first
the-
word you said?
2001 to
one-
2010, the show focuses on a group of friends that are all working at the same place. Ran for 9 seasons, but like I said, the last couple seasons, they just kind of aren't. The last 2 seasons that they did, the show really ended well, and then basically the since it was doing well, the the network wanted to bring him back, and then it just wasn't as good because like the main cast like came back for like part of the 8th season, and then they left, and then it was like basically like the new characters nobody cared about. Two Best Friends. I don't know. Grey's Anatomy's Funny Friend.
Oh, Scrubs.
Scrubs.
Right? Yeah.
Really, really good show.
Zach Braff, right?
Zach Braff, yeah.
Zach Braff.
Yeah, it's
Oh
good
man,
food.
this one makes me mad. Number 30 because of the fact. Imagine like this show was so good, and they only got 2 seasons, and they left it on a total like man. Super. They got us what?
Party Down.
No, it was this was imagine being able to bring people back from the dead.
Oh, Pushing Daisies.
Pushing Daisies, yeah.
Pushing
That's
Daisies.
an awesome show.
It was so
Great
good.
show.
It was so good. It had so many layers, and it had so many things going on. And then it was just
good.
like, and then they just basically were like, well, you know,
Was that Fox? Was it on Fox?
I
Cancel
forget what it
everything.
was on. But it was just like it was so well done, and like there was so many different mysteries, and like, and I read an interview with the creator, and like he actually let people know what was going to happen. Like one of those 2 sisters was actually his mom, and not like his mom was actually his mom, and stuff like that, and yeah, and I mean that was, and the thing is, you know, like what he brings that woman back from the dead and falls in love with her, but he can never touch her because if he touches her again, she dies.
She had a guy's name. What was it again?
So here he goes. Imagine being able to bring people back from the dead. It sounds a little creepy, but stay with us here. The main character, Ned, can touch a dead body and bring it back to life. He uses his gift for good and brings back victims in order to find their killer. The only problem is that he brings his childhood love back from the dead, and if he touches her again, she'll go back to being dead for good. So
That's a good premise.
Hungry.
oh, and it was so good, and there was all crazy backstories and like great the fact that he worked at that pie store.
The pie hole.
Well, yeah, I know, and that was, and I mean, and it's like sad too because like because he doesn't realize that he has the power because like he comes into the room and his mom just has like a brain aneurysm when he's a kid, and she falls to the ground dead, and then he races over and he like touches her, and she comes back to life, and she's like, oh, I don't know what happened, I just, you know, that was weird. And then he doesn't touch her again for like the rest of the day, and she tucks him in at night, and she reaches down to kiss him goodnight, and she falls over dead again. And it's just like, oh my god. Well, I mean, it's like it's just like, and you think that's like this like weird like guilt that he has over that as well. And I mean, and then he slowly but surely he realizes that like
That
he's got this weird power. Yeah.
Another show like that I really liked was Dead Like Me.
Dead Like Me was good, but
yeah.
man, don't watch the movie. And that also ended without really an ending.
Yeah, the movie's bad.
The movie was horrible. It was horseshit. That was garbage. The episode where Rube as the Grim Reaper goes to see his daughter, like you can't not cry in that episode of Dead Like Me, because and then he goes to see his elderly daughter who, you know, and like is like, and then the one Reaper allows his daughter to see him for who he is before she dies. You're just like, oh god, you know, just like it's like because he left, because like the one Reaper, he left, he was like a criminal, and the idea is that he went somewhere to commit a crime and he got killed when he committed the crime, but he tucked his daughter and he said, don't worry, I'll be back, I'll see you in the morning. And then she went her whole life without ever seeing her dad, and now she's like 80 and she's in a retirement home, and she's gonna pass away, and then he shows up and she's just like, where were you, Dad? And, you know, and just like, you left, you never came back. You're just like, just gut wrenching, rip your heart out. Here we go, number 29. 2009 to 2015, barely sneaks into the 2000s here. This works as a mid-level main character works as a mid-level bureaucrat in an Indiana department. tries to improve the town and help
Parks
its
and
career.
Rec.
Parks and Rec. There you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
Never seen an episode.
No,
Oh,
I'm
it's so good.
Just skip the first season and then you're golden.
It's not a great first season, but it's kind of needed, don't you think?
Yeah, you can just start on season 2, episode 1.
If this one,
I know.
if my family were held to a flame, and it wouldn't be tough to. If you ask my family, what's the colloquially thought to be like the number one show of the family and my family, this is the show. 2006 to 2014. What would be the best asset to law enforcement? Being able to predict the future.
Oh,
That's what the main character convinces the police that they can do,
Medium.
except he's lying.
Oh, Psych.
Psych. Oh, fuck. I
Psych.
love that
It's
never
such a
saw
good
that.
show. I've seen it like 3 times.
Oh, I've watched the entire thing, and the movies aren't great, but they're okay.
They're all right.
They're all right. I mean, it's just, but oh my gosh, Psych is.
The running gags are so good.
If you never watch Psych, watch Psych. And after like when season 2, when it starts and they really start to hit their stride, the best thing to do about Psych is because they don't do close-up focuses on the person that's talking a lot. They do wide angle shots of everybody in the room and one person's talking. Watch how the other people are reacting to the people that are talking. They're usually doing something funny or weird. Like if Lasser is talking about something, Shaw will be back like that, and just like making fun of him the entire time. And it's
But the best
So
way to
good.
get people hooked to it is tell them about the pineapple.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's a
Look for the
hidden
pineapple.
in every episode.
And
Almost
they do theme shows. They did like the theme Twin Peaks, the theme Clue show
Yeah.
episode.
Oh,
They do
the
like
Clue
themed
ones.
episode. The Clue episode is one of the best episodes.
The guest stars.
You're
Tim Curry.
invited, lucky you, to a party. Whoop-de-doo. Don't be a D-bag and be late. You have a +1. 2003 to 2012, number 27 here. Basically, people are most people are either team OC or team this show.
Oh, 90210. I know that was earlier.
Based in the small town in North Carolina.
Dawson's Creek.
No.
No.
Half brothers Lucas and Nathan are at odds on the basketball court and off.
I don't know.
Characters Peyton Sawyer, Haley James, and Brooke Davis are also crucial to the show as they befriend, date, and fall in love with the brothers. The show spans a decade as the friends learn about life, love, and loss.
Say Dawson's Creek already.
Yeah.
Dawson's
The
Creek.
name
Again.
the name of the city. The name of the city is the name of the show they live in. It doesn't take place in a flashy city or rich suburb. It's based in the small town of this in North Carolina.
Chicago.
Asheville.
One
Tree Hill.
Tree Hill. There you go.
Never saw an episode.
Never saw an episode either.
That's the name of a
Okay.
town.
Yeah.
Guess how many trees are on the hill?
Number
Yeah.
26. This show walked so Gossip Girl could run. Creator Josh Schwartz was one of the brains behind both of the dramas. The Newport Beach, California-based series followed newcomer Ryan, semi-nerd Seth, troubled girl next door Marissa, and popular girl Summer on their drama-filled adventures.
Oh, the OC.
Was that the OC?
TLC. Yeah, I remember when my wife moved in with me. Like that was like one of her prized possessions. She had like the OCs on DVD.
The OC soundtrack was awesome. I've listened to that many, many times.
Really?
Yes, it's
I'll
really
have to
good.
take a look.
Number 25. We actually mentioned this. Ran for 2 seasons.
Party
Supernatural show.
Time. No. Fringe.
Friend, no.
No, we actually mentioned it
That's
earlier in
longer.
this earlier.
Fringe
when
has
we were talking-
5 seasons.
Dead Like Me.
Yeah, Dead Like Me.
Oh.
It says this cult hit dramedy about dead souls that become Grim Reapers before they can pass on. Never found enough of an audience to really take off, but thanks to streaming, you can still enjoy what it had to offer, and you can probably binge the whole thing in a weekend too if you're diligent about it. Oh, this got mentioned earlier today as well. 2009 to 2020 just snuck in. This beloved and Emmy-winning sitcom is just like it says on the box. It's about this. We've got a patriarch with his much younger second wife.
Arrested
his-
Development.
No, it's home. No,
Home Improvement.
Starting his
No.
family over again.
The one we just-
normal-
the one we just
Yeah.
talked about. with
Modern
Ty-
Family.
with Ty Burrell, Modern Family.
Yep, Dave Burrell.
Oh,
Yeah,
Modern
there you go.
It's canceled now.
2009, 2020.
Okay, it was a good show.
Number 23, 2003 to 2010. Ryan Murphy's first show for X was an addictive, savvy look at the appearance-obsessed world and the power and intrigue that comes along with it. It was groundbreaking, but the show is not for the faint of heart. It's about surgeons.
Nip,
Oh.
tuck, nip, tuck.
Nip tuck.
Nip
There you
tuck.
go.
Tuck.
I never did see it.
Never seen it.
That it was good, but man, it was a weird show.
It jumped the shark pretty quickly though.
Oh, it was so weird. I mean, like, and it was not for kids at all. And it was like there was there was so much insanity going on in that show. It was just crazy.
It was surreal.
Yep. 2005 to 2013. Does this series even need an introduction? Good luck finding someone who's never heard of this show. Actually, you probably won't even be able to find anyone who hasn't seen at least one episode. I haven't. Get to know the characters of this fictitious corporation. You might recognize some of the hilarious
The
personalities.
Office?
The Office.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
an
either.
episode.
Never seen it.
No.
Never seen an episode.
Come on, really?
I've
Well,
heard of it.
I
I've
watched
never
the UK one, but I haven't watched.
Oh, you got it's good.
seen
I got to the middle of the second season. I just couldn't take Michael anymore.
Did I miss The Office?
it. Yeah.
Couldn't take it.
All right, ran from 2002 to 2009. This show is actually referenced in the last episode of Psych.
Oh, Monk.
Yep, there you go. Well done, Chris. Look at that.
Told you I've watched it 3 times.
Yeah, I know. So like they actually, because they show up at the new place in San Francisco, they're gonna start working, and they're like, well, "Who's the lead detective?" I don't know. It's some guy who's in the pantry, alphabetizing everything. And Monk was a guy that had excessive compulsive disorder and stuff like that.
It's a hard show to watch in today's time because you kind of feel them.
Yeah,
You kind of feel it. You understand.
I did like the moment in there's that one moment where like they desperate Monk had he'd broken down and he wasn't able to do anything and he couldn't get an answer, and so the chief went and they brought him to the one university, and they brought him into that room, and they're wearing those suits. He's like, "Why am I in here?" And yeah, he's like, "Monk, you are right now in the cleanest room in the world." He's like, "What?" And he actually says, it's like this entire room has been, it was just like, he's like, it was like the whole, it was a specifically made room for experiments. It had to be purposely, and so they allowed him to sit in there for an hour he called in all these favors, and so just to calm him down. It was cool. Have you seen those things about the room that's the quietest room in the world with all the
It's in Microsoft, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's all the sound deafening areas, and they say and they see people and they go and they sit down in the middle of it, and it's they say within 50 minutes you start hearing your body, because it's so quiet in there, you start hearing
Cool.
things gurgling and
Blood
stuff
rushing
within
through
you.
your ears.
Yeah. It's just it's because there's no background anything going on anywhere.
It was so weird when I was working at the Bank of Canada. We were moving back to our head office after it got renovated, and they took we were still in the temporary building, and they took the white noisemakers out and moved them back to the original building. What a huge difference. You could talk at your cubicle, and then 2 cubicles over, people couldn't hear what you're saying. But now somebody's 30, 40 feet away, you can hear it like a bell.
Oh yeah. When my kids, when we were able to use the school gym for Taekwondo, they haven't been able to do it for the longest time because of COVID. But like you'd be in this room, this gymnasium, and there's all these kids in there doing taekwondo and they're doing their things, and like you're just sitting there watching them and whatever. I'm taking a nap or reading a book, but because it's in a school and the ventilation system just keeps going and going and going, the air conditioning.
Yeah.
But then at 6 o'clock it turns off. Well, the class goes from 5:30 to 6:30. It's like literally like at 6 o'clock when it turned off, it was like just boom, like all of a sudden like you could hear everything. You know, like normally like you have all these kids like yeah, you can't hear them, and all of a sudden boom, no noise, and all of a sudden it's just this cacophony of these kids like yelling as they're kicking each other and stuff like that. Anyway. Number 20, 2007 to 2015. One of the best drama series of all time, and certainly the best prestige TV series that isn't massively violent. This was a novelistic show, followed by the main character and their colleagues that worked together through the 60s.
Mad Men.
Mad Men, there you go.
That was a good show.
Mhm.
Not happy with what they did with the Rich Summers character.
No.
Not a fan of that ending.
No.
Number 19, 2004 to 2010. This is another paranormal type show.
Fringe.
You're waiting for French.
I am.
The amount that this show got people talking is what every buzzy Netflix limited series is trying to replicate.
Lost.
There you go.
Strange.
Never saw an episode of Lost.
Really?
You should watch it. It's good.
It's good. And
It's
you
really good.
got to go in blind.
Yeah, you might. Even though I'm not super happy with the way it ended, I think it's still worth watching. I remember talking for hours with Matthew about it. Like every Thursday night, we would just be like, "What?"
It's still a good ending.
Yeah.
And
It's an okay ending, but it's not perfect for me.
that first season is really good.
Oh, there's so many good things in that show. So many good things.
But it became very obvious that they had no idea.
Yes.
They were just
They had
throwing
no
stuff
idea what
out
they were
there, and they had no idea how they were going
But
to
it's
bring
still
everything
fun.
together.
It's still a fun show to watch and see the connections they make.
Yeah.
Do you remember the episode with that couple that they were only in one episode?
Yeah, they were
I forget
background
what
characters.
what was
They
their
were
name?
totally they were background characters.
It was
entire
like
time.
Marco and
Yeah.
Yeah.
what was the name of that?
And then they brought him, and then I mean, and obviously there was like problems too, like Walt, like they had his growth spurt too quickly, so it was just kind of like, oh geez, you know, it's like here's a kid, and then like, okay, well, come back next season. Oh, you've grown like 8 inches because you went through your like basically.
Yeah, what was his name? Was it Walt?
Walt.
Walt. Yeah.
I just got to get my kid.
Yeah. I gotta get my kid.
Oh, and his father, Michael,
and then he
who I
grew.
never trust.
No.
Can't
No,
trust the
it's
guy
good stuff.
on any show.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Number 18, 2004 to 2012.
Nikki and Paulo was the name of that episode.
Nikki and Paulo. There you
Nikki and Paulo. It's a great episode.
It is.
go. Yeah. Number 18, 2004 to 2012. Primetime soap opera, Perry the Rich Board, Suburban Life.
Oh, the 4 ladies that were like
You're
in
getting there.
Wisteria Lane. What was the name of that show?
Housewives or something like that.
Oh, Cougar Town.
No,
Same kind of premise.
it was the Housewives show, but I can't remember. What was the name of that show?
Desperate Housewives.
Desperate Housewives.
That's right.
Yes.
It
Is
was
that it?
Desperate Housewives.
Is
There
that
you go.
right? Okay.
Number 17, 2001 to 2004.
I watch a lot of Desperate Housewives.
A transformative show that took Disney Channel from a repository for old movies and spin-off cartoons into a star-making entity in its own right. This beloved series was very nearly rebooted, but even though that never came to be, the original episodes will always have a special place in our hearts. If not for the sweet stories, then for the hair fashions alone.
That 70s show.
Disney Channel, 2001 or
Hannah Montana.
2004. No,
Teenage.
was
iCarly.
the name of the name of the
High school?
lead? The name of the lead is the name of the show.
iCarly.
Lizzie
McGuire.
McGuire. There you go.
Never saw that. I just heard it.
I never watched any of those Disney shows.
Mm-mm,
Beyond.
me either.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple because of my niece, but
I mean, I didn't subscribe to it for one.
Number 16 from 2004 to 2012. This clever adaptation of Sherlock Holmes makes the famous detective.
Elementary?
No. Main actor is nominated for an Emmy almost every year this show is on, prompting
Oh, is it the
audience to
Cumberbatch
say
thing?
Oh, House.
House. Yes. Wait,
House.
he's
Oh.
British, but his American accent is so good. And it was so
Right.
good.
You
Here
gotta
we
watch
go.
it in
This-
the Night Watchman.
Here's the first one that's still going. 2005 until now and on and beyond.
Grey's Anatomy.
Is now the longest running scripted comedy ever on television.
Big Bang Theory.
This low budget show started as a project made by friends and was pretty under the radar project on the fledgling FX network before
Hmm.
this long time.
South Park.
And I haven't watched it. To be fair, I haven't watched the last few seasons, but
Is
man,
it
oh
always
man.
Philadelphia? No,
Yep, it's always sunny in
Oh,
Philadelphia.
Always Sunny.
never
That's
saw it.
right. I really,
Oh.
really
I
enjoyed
tried
that
the
show.
first 2 episodes and I didn't.
So if you can make it until Danny DeVito gets in, as soon as Danny DeVito
So
gets
good.
into the show, it completely it's like he's the catalyst that just turns like the show into it's very good. And also
Yeah.
it also in the last few seasons I understand that they've stopped being completely crazy and have actually like started like tackling like important things and stuff like that, so good stuff.
It's ridiculous, but I love it.
Number 14, 2001 or 2005. This would probably be in my top 10 shows of all time. This is not a happy-go-lucky show, but if you like dark humor, then this is the series for you. It's full of irony, and 20 years after its premiere, it's still considered one of the best TV shows of all time. One of the actors went on to play the lead role of Dexter.
Oh, 6 Feet Under.
6 Feet Under.
6
Yeah,
Feet Under.
what a good show.
Might
Dexter's coming back.
be one of the best final episodes ever.
Don't spoil it.
No, I won't. But I mean, when you watch it, and if you get to the end and you watch the final episode, it's like they do it. It's just really well done. I mean, it's yeah. Anyway, 2009 and 2015. This cultural juggernaut got kids born in 2000 belting Journey on the School Bus.
Lee.
70s show.
Glee is
Oh,
right.
yeah. I used to watch Glee.
It's like following the members of a
Yeah,
small
watch
town
it.
high school show choir as they use pop songs to process their feelings. And boy, did they have feelings.
It's true.
Here's a show that I despised. I can't believe anybody liked it. It's number 12, 2005, 2014. Told in a series of flashbacks.
Oh, How I Met Your Mother.
How I Met Your Mother. There you
Oh,
go.
I love that show.
That show's
I
great.
did-
What are you
I did
talking
enjoy
about?
it.
I could
Great
not. I could
There's
not
so
stand
many
it.
good things in that show.
Oh no, I
Come on.
watched a handful of episodes. First of all, 1 laugh track, 2 laugh track, 3 laugh
Not
track.
that big a deal.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge deal. If I have to be told something's funny, it isn't funny. And 4, it like relies on this joke or this version of joke way too much. I just saw a guy doing something stupid out there. What kind of idiot would fall for that? 1, 2, 3. Hey guys, look what I got outside. Just like it's that type of humor. I don't know. It drives me crazy. Bothers me. I can't even watch Seinfeld anymore because of the laugh track. So that's just
It's not that bad.
it is. It's horrible. It's
Yeah.
it's horse shit.
I disagree with you on that one.
Yeah.
For some of them, for sure.
I did enjoy that show.
No.
One Division had left.
Sardonically, yes, it did. Anyway, Number 11. I can't believe this is number 11 because this is a show that was really, really good for like 1 or 2 seasons, and then it just fell off the rails. This show got up to a strong start for hitting a few snags. If this were a limited series on Netflix, it would be all anyone could talk about for a couple of weeks. That's for sure. Superhero series.
Heroes.
Yep. Like the first 2 seasons were so good.
That should not be like that rated that high.
No, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Because it was just like it completely just like, I mean, the writer's strike and everything else, it just fell apart.
Yeah.
It dominated the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my God, yes.
it was good. Yeah.
I don't even think the second season was that
And the
good.
way
It just
they-
held on because
They
of
had the
first-
villain kill people.
It had the momentum, yeah.
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 2003 to
nerfed Hero.
2006, number 10. In my opinion, this should be ranked higher. Though the last season's garbage. But she just actually the last 2 seasons are kind of garbage. Let's see here, but the original were super good. Full hit, full of deadpan humor, wry satire, self-references, callbacks, breaking the fourth wall. It was canceled. Gained new fans after it came out on DVD, enough so much that Netflix revived it for 2 more seasons.
Arrested
Let's be
Development.
honest, Arrested Development.
Hmm.
There's always money in the banana stand. There's always money in the banana stand.
Right.
2007, 2012, the best, hottest, dumbest, best show ever. The series is like this series is iconic. The fashions, the comebacks, the sex that inspired a wave of parental backlash, which the show turned around and used as a marketing. The finale may have committed the major mistake of trying to make the identity of the titular
Gossip Girl.
Gossip Girl, yes.
Hmm.
I never got into it.
I never watched it.
This was the
Michelle-
greatest
Michelle
TV
liked
soap
it.
of all time. Yeah. Second show that's still going. This is probably my wife's favorite show.
Crazy
I have
Night.
also, through osmosis, probably watched all of this somehow, just by being in the room. Do we have to explain what a phenomenon this show is? It's still on, and no, it's not too late to get into it and get caught up. Let's just
Grey's
see.
Anatomy.
Grey's Anatomy. There you go.
It's still on.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Never seen an episode.
And enjoy the drama,
Mhm.
because just when you think things are going well, just trust us. There's about to be a tragic accident of some kind.
Yep.
They're not.
2008, 2014. I remember watching the first 2 or 3 of these and series of these, and I liked it. Then it just got old and crazy. If you're just a little too old for Twilight, Buffy, or the Vampire Diaries,
Sabrina.
and if you're looking for an adult take on vampire romance,
Oh,
check out this spooky Southern Gothic fable,
Oh,
True Blood.
Yeah.
True Blood. Yep,
True Blood.
I enjoyed that show. That was good.
I did too.
Yeah, it was good.
1998 to 2004. I think this is the first one that actually they listed before. I don't think that's fair. Number 6. You got to pick one of the four women. Which one are you?
Sex in the City.
Yep,
Oh.
Sex in the City. Yep.
Never saw it.
Rebooting that.
All right.
No Samantha though.
They're rebooting Doogie Howser.
Dude,
Yeah.
Hauser.
Already on Disney.
I feel like they already rebooted that, but I guess not.
His best friend, that Max character, he was like 26 years old. They played.
Yeah, he was old,
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Nice cat, Matthew.
He was in The Sopranos.
2006 to 2011. Clear Eyes, Full Arts, Can't Lose.
Your eyes, what? Full arts?
Clear Eyes, Full Hearts,
Full
Can't
Hearts.
Lose. If that phrase pulls at your heartstrings, that means you're at least somewhat familiar with this NBC drama.
Dawson Creek.
No? Well, this show is mostly about high school sports. It's more about
Friday Night
family.
Lights.
Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights, yep.
Never seen it. I want to watch it actually.
Yeah,
Me either.
It's based on a school here in Texas.
It
All
is.
right.
Number 4, 2009 to 2016. Alicia Florrick is a wife and mother who returns
The
to work
Good
as
Wife.
The Good Wife. Jeez, look at you.
Okay.
Boom.
Have you seen it, Matt?
Yeah, I watched a bit of it.
I miss watching a good court drama.
Yeah.
I like the way you're beholding that kitty. Yeah? Because of your shirt? All right, I'm done.
Number 3. Number 3, 2006, 2013. I did not like the ending. They actually
Breaking
gave
Bad?
this
Dexter.
what? No,
Breaking
they
Bad?
actually gave this one a perfect ending, and then they added one more scene that ruined the perfect ending.
Not Breaking Bad then.
No. It is a twist on the detective genre. If you can stomach the violence, you might get addicted to this creepy, savvy series.
Mentalist.
Somebody said Dexter,
Dexter.
already, right?
Dexter.
I already
Oh,
said
okay.
Dexter.
I never saw
Yeah,
it. I never saw the
yeah.
end of it. Don't spoil it.
I won't spoil it.
Reboot
I won't spoil it. I mean, but yeah,
They're,
okay.
they're bringing it back.
or another season. Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
They are. Yeah. It's already filmed.
No.
I think it's Netflix, ain't it?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm just gonna say again, no. Oh my gosh. God damn it. No, Scott, why can't you just have watched the show? Because then I can talk about it.
No.
Okay, whatever. Moving on. Moving on.
I've only watched the John Lithgow.
Moving on.
That's like in the middle.
That's like in
Was
the
it?
middle. You watch the season in the middle?
I watched
It's like
all
it's like
up
it's
to that.
like it's like
I
the
watched
third
up to
season.
that.
Oh, up to
Yeah,
that.
third
Oh,
season.
up to that. Okay.
How many seasons are there?
There's like
You talking
there's
about
another
seven?
like 2 after that, I think.
5 or
5
6,
seasons?
5 or 6, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
something like
I need
that.
to finish it.
Yeah. Anyway.
heard of it.
2000 to 2008. Number 2. This is number 2.
Dexter was 3.
I've never seen an
Friends?
episode of this.
Breaking Bad.
No.
Nice.
Must be
Let's
the
see
number one.
here.
Number
This
one.
stars in this fun show about 4 friends living in Los Angeles who help one another navigate life, love,
Big
and
Bang Theory?
womanhood. The show is praised for
Oh.
showcasing Black women's stories and providing a place for these characters to be the focal point of the storylines. Stars Tracy Ellis Ross, Golden Brooks, Persia White, and Jill Marie Jones.
Don't know any of those people.
My wife has watched this. Again, I might have learned some of this through osmosis. It's called Girlfriends. It's on Netflix. She
Never
likes
even
it.
heard of it. That's
Number 2
That was number 2
in Glamour magazine, though.
in Glamour Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
You know, for good being Glamour Magazine, and we shouldn't be just trashing on it. Obviously, they've been around forever. You know, obviously they were. This has been a pretty good list, in my opinion.
Sure. I mean, it's a
I
bit
feel like
skewed,
Board
but
Game Geek
sure.
could have like top 10 other movies of 19. You know what I mean? Like it's just like that kind of.
Number
I mean,
1,
Fringe wasn't on the list.
New
obviously
idea.
It's like
2008, 2013. In my opinion, this had a good ending.
Breaking Bad.
There you go. Boom.
Yeah.
You hit it.
I would
Nailed
agree.
it.
It's pretty much the best show ever.
it's
I
pretty.
can't think of
good.
anything.
Better
else.
Call Saul is better.
Better
Nah,
Call
not
Saul is
yet.
pretty
Not
good.
yet.
That follow-up movie sucked.
Depends on how it ends.
Well, I guess it depends. But right now, I am
It's good.
more.
I
I'm
don't think
more
it's better, though.
engaged. I'll say this.
I like the follow-up movie. You didn't like that?
So here's
Oh, I did.
okay. Here's 2 things I want to say
El
about this.
Camino, was that what it's called?
So
Yeah, El Camino.
so I will say that Better Call Saul is a better show.
I couldn't finish.
But it couldn't exist if Breaking Bad didn't exist, right?
Sure.
You know, but
Oh, yeah.
the character of
I think
Saul,
I think they're on the cusp of it being probably better for me. Right now, it's not.
no, but I mean, but think of it this way. So this is I got a big discussion about this actually. So with Saul, because one of the reasons why Better Call Saul is so good is because you know where he ends up, and so
Right.
it's the journey of you seeing that. But they're also providing present day situations as well, right?
I get
Like yeah. What?
No, I understand what you're saying.
But you know, here's the deal: if you didn't have Breaking Bad and you didn't have the characters that were in Breaking Bad and the things that are there, and the fact that they're showing up,
Yes.
like and being referenced in Better Call Saul,
And that makes it better.
that makes it better. Like
as a
having
show,
Mike,
not a
having
better
Mike,
though.
Mike Ehrmantraut in Better Call Saul makes that so good.
Yeah, and having Mr. Fried Chicken, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
remember his name.
Gideon? No.
I mean, I was.
Good stuff.
I mean,
Good stuff,
I mean,
Right.
having one of the characters die off. I'm just gonna leave it at that in Better Call Saul, who was a fantastic, had a fantastic relationship with Saul. And I'm trying to like be vague here in case people haven't seen it. I didn't like that because I wanted that person to still be there and in the show because it's just like they worked well, you know, together. I don't know.
Trying to remember who you're talking about.
I
I
mean,
don't know, whatever.
you can figure it out.
Tell me later.
But that's the big question is, oh, excuse me, because obviously his girlfriend isn't in. Like that's the big question.
Obviously, she's.
Well, you don't
something
know.
happens. Yes, of
Well,
course.
yeah, something happens. I mean, does she leave him? Does something
I have a
more
feeling
hideous
she's-
befall her?
More
Does
heinous happens to her.
something more heinous? I mean, yeah, exactly.
Although I like that episode where he's stuck in the desert with Mike. That was,
Yes.
that's one of the best episodes I think of TV ever. It's up there.
Which one in Better Call Saul?
Yeah, or that
yeah.
that little like I think it was maybe 2 or 3 episode segment.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No, I mean it's yeah, no, I enjoy it. No, that's not a bad list. I thought that was actually
That's
pretty
okay.
good.
I
There
don't know.
wasn't
Number 2.
Fringe. There wasn't Battlestar Galactica.
Well,
Yeah, no,
there's a
no
reason.
BSG, no. Although I would not put that on a top 50 list.
Really?
FG?
Top 50?
No, I hated it.
Oh, such a good show.
You can How many ways did they wreck that show? Well, at least they're redoing it. Maybe they have
Yes.
to take.
How many?
I knew what.
Well, you said how many it was.
You only redo good shows. So.
I believe the first season of Battlestar Galactica is amazing. Amazing.
I couldn't deal with the constant sense
Fat
of
Adama or whatever the kid's name. What was the son's name?
Apollo.
Fat Apollo. Come on. And then, I mean, I can name off of 50 things that I hated about it. All Along the Watchtower, I hated that. The Jimi Hendrix song. Just dumb.
I just didn't like that they were always like, you know, this big weight of the Cylons finding them and all that stuff, and just too much tension in it.
Yeah, but you have to have that though, right?
Well, you do, but not to
Like
the,
if
I
the
don't know,
Cylons
it's
stop
just-
hunting the humans, then what do you do? Like, oh, we're
Well, absolutely, but there was
which
always
sort of
this-
happened.
There was always this. It was just too much. I think I found it. I should probably give it another roll, but
No. Watch Get Shorty. Get Shorty's pretty awesome.
oh,
It
was
is pretty
Romano?
It's 3 seasons. Based on the movie. Based on the book.
The movie I really liked.
Movie's good. The show is way darker. Don't expect it to be.
Oh
happy.
no, it is not.
It's got some real insidious shit.
Right.
Talking about the John Travolta.
Yeah.
It's a hitman, or no, he was a debt collector, right? Loan shark.
Yeah.
He was like the muscle of the loan shark.
Yeah.
Goes to Hollywood, gets into the Hollywood scene. The TV show is just like that as a basic premise. However, there's way more
But
amped up, like by 100.
Without the rock.
so when the Get Shorty TV movie with the John Travolta, like, you know, he's a gangster and you know he's probably like a bad guy, but like you never really see him be a bad guy. You know, like
Yeah, he like punches a guy in the nose one time.
yeah,
right?
that once. I mean, this one,
Or points a gun at somebody.
yeah, this one, they're bad guys.
Yeah, they're
you
really
know?
bad guys. They're bad guys.
Yeah. So
That being said, I was thoroughly entertained by it.
oh yeah, and like I mean, just with him and his friend, and like I said, Ray Romano.
I think he gave me bad dreams, actually.
And
I mean, not that
stuff.
I did say don't watch it, but there's some anxiety in that thing.
Oh yeah, and the stuff with his ex-wife and his daughter, and
His Mormon buddy,
yeah, his Mormon buddy,
another
his
gang.
Mormon buddy, who is also a who is also a hitman.
The mob boss is really good. She's scary, very scary.
Oh yeah,
From the
and,
get-go.
and they kind of reveal backstory for those people slowly but surely, and her backstory is pretty amazing.
It's well done.
Yeah, it's and
I want
but
another
yeah,
season. I've finished it. And it's
if
like,
you're
okay.
if you're going into it thinking that they're gonna that like any of these people are gonna be like, oh, like you said,
Gangster with a golden heart.
it's very, it's like you said, it's very Sopranos-esque, right? That like nobody's good.
Well, there are some good characters, but they're mixed up with the bad ones, right? Innocents, I should say.
There was a couple of shows that didn't make that list. I think Leverage was in the 2000s.
The Leverage was good.
Never heard of it.
Oh my God, such a good show.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's
a
very
Canadian
good.
thing?
It's a
Huh?
con. It's a
It's on
con man
Netflix.
show.
That was filmed here in Portland.
Yeah, amazing show.
Yeah, heard good things.
Was it all directed by Jonathan Frakes?
A lot of it was.
Yeah. He appears as like some guy in a waiting room at one
Yeah.
point. I didn't know it at all that he had anything to do with it. And then like I was like, is that Jonathan Frakes? And then like I was like, why was he in that? And I found out he was all behind a bunch of it.
Yeah.
What was
And
that
then, they have
show where it was Tim Roth, main character?
he's a psychologist.
Lie to me.
Psychologist. Lie to me.
And then there was another show, The Medium, that didn't show up in that list, right? That people like that show.
Mentalist is a really good one.
Mentalist, that's what I meant.
I enjoyed that show.
Yeah.
I like Simon Heller. He's good.
Yeah.
That was 2008 to 2015. Didn't make the list.
I knew it wouldn't make the list, but one of my favorite 2000 shows is called The Unit. It's all about special forces guys, but had like Robert Patrick in it and the Allstate guy, Dennis Haysbert.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really good.
Only 3 years, 2006 to 2009.
Scott Foley was in
4
it too.
seasons.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
Yeah, I think I should go too. It's
Yeah,
1:30.
I suppose it's getting late.
I'm closing the shop down. My goodness, look at that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I got up early this morning and drove to a bike shop 4.5 hours away to pick up my wife's bike.
The
so-
bike saga continues.
No. I got
I thought
the
you were
bike 'cause
making
I
a
ordered
weekend
it.
of it.
The bike.
I thought you
No,
were gonna
I
make
was
it a
going, we were
weekend.
gonna do it. We are gonna do it, make a weekend of it, but like it's gonna fairly soon. It's not gonna be nice out, and she doesn't have a bike to ride
Yeah.
out. So
If you're
I was
driving that
like,
much
you know
for a
what?
bike, you're not really saving any money on it either.
plus,
You drive by that other guy's place.
yeah. Plus, like
Hey, Chris.
I think we celebrate 11 years of marriage next month, so I figured, well, might as well get her a bike.
So
Yeah,
do we.
nice.
15 years.
Oh no! Wow, nice.
When's your day? When's your day?
The 6th.
Oh, look at that. We're 10/8/10 was our
We're
wedding day.
6. Was it 6/10/6?
Well, happy anniversary there, brother.
Likewise.
Nice. Oh yeah, because it's
Man.
inverted, right?
Yeah, you don't do it the right way. It's fine though.
Month was it day, month, year? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go up.
Well,
It
no,
makes
I,
sense. It makes
mean,
sense.
it's like there's two things. Yeah, like it's you never know how infuriating that is, and I'm sure American stuff is infuriating to non-Americans as well. But you
Yeah.
never know how infuriating that stuff is until like I'm doing like pledge manager stuff or something like
Right.
that, where it's like, what are these crazy addresses that people are giving me? Just like. I hate trying to figure out where do I put this? Like in Czechoslovakia, how does the street go before this? Or,
Czechoslovakia?
yeah, just like try to
You mean Czech
discern.
Republic?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
USSR.
Back in the USSR. back in the US.
By the way,
Back
did
in
you
the
guys all
US.
update your iPhones? If you have iPhones,
No, why?
I do
there's
not.
there's
Why?
basically a hack right now that if they send you the text message, your phone gets hacked.
Oh, jeez,
Yeah, it's like you don't even have to click it.
it's
It's really
ridiculous.
bad. It's one of the worst. They can put Pegasus spyware on your phone, which basically lets them control your entire phone.
I was
from a
really
text.
disappointed.
I've been getting a ton of texts right now, so I'm like, I updated as soon as I saw about it, read about it, and Macs too. You got to do iPads, Macs, and iPhones. It's really
Wow.
crazy.
They had the Apple event. Was it yesterday? 2 days? Yeah,
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah,
I was really disappointed. I was hoping they would have talked about the 32-inch iMac, but they did not.
yeah. So what is it? New iPhone, small iPad.
Watch.
Wow.
The new watch is bigger. That's it. Where's the
Yeah.
car? Where's the Apple car?
Yeah.
Right.
Come on.
I only have one Apple device.
Every
now.
year goes by, they lose market share on that stupid thing.
Were they making an Apple car?
I predict they will.
iCar? iCar?
It has to. What else can they do?
Icarus. Oh, that's not a good.
They're letting
It-
Tesla own it right now. so-
Immobile?
It didn't go so well for Icarus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Icarus.
The
The
Immobile
Icar- the
doesn't
Icar-
drive so well.
I think it'll probably just be called like, I don't know. Will they call it the Apple
I
car?
think.
If it was like little and cute,
It won't be
like a-
iCar for sure.
No,
would
they'd
be
call it.
iCar.
They'd give it a name. I think.
No, yeah, it'll have to have a name. Like,
Yeah.
how about
Plaid.
I go?
I go.
They should
Ego.
just bring back the name Newton. The
Wait,
Newton.
there's a couple other things to talk about.
Okay.
What?
What are they, Scott?
The thing we were talking about how the algorithm for that game broke.
Oh, right. Keyforge.
Keyforge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and when none of us had predicted it would last this long,
No,
we all said
I-
like we were all under like 2 years for sure.
I think Peter had said that he thought it was gonna like he actually did.
Last, Magic.
He was gonna outsell Magic.
It's gonna
and
break
everything.
Magic. Yeah.
We were just like, no.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
But the algorithm is broken such that they can't make decks anymore.
Oh,
Like,
really?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
wonder-
understand the algorithm.
that doesn't make any
It
sense.
doesn't make sense to me, but I'm sure there's something.
Yeah. I mean, like if you
Maybe
have-
the
yeah,
because what they do is they compare all the decks to each other deck, every deck that's been made,
right.
or something like that.
Maybe they lost
I'm
their
like-
database or something
Oh,
of all the decks that have been put out. I don't know.
I don't think it was anything like that. I think the algorithm just broke down or something.
Or
I
maybe
didn't even
yeah.
know there was an actual algorithm that constructed the decks. I thought it was just random cards from each set. Like pick 3 sets, give random cards. But I guess there's something smarter than that
Yeah.
under the hood.
It does some kind of like, correct percentages of stuff and, that kind
Or
of
not
thing.
give you too many of the power cards or what they felt were
Right.
power cards or something.
Right. Yeah.
What was the thing? I remember when it first came out, there was like the 4 horsemen. Wasn't there someone like broken combo?
Oh, maybe,
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
if you
know.
had one of the 4 horsemen, it was like it was considered to be like
Uber.
it was a Uber card, right? And I played with the deck with the horseman on it, and it was powerful, but it wasn't like game breaking. I do
Right, it
remember
was the ones that had multiple horsemen.
Yeah, I do
Oh,
remember there
shit.
was somebody that actually like they had actually pulled a deck that had like either 3 or 4 of the horsemen. And I guess you can probably Google it on eBay or something
Yeah,
like that. But
they were on
it's-
eBay for a while.
like there was a deck that had all 4 and it sold for thousands of dollars.
Wow.
Well, they
on-
put the
on-
game on hold.
Huh. Interesting.
That was not announced, I think, at the inflay report.
Ha. By the way,
Yeah.
What else was I want to talk about?
Well, you guys already talked about the gaming goat thing, right?
No.
we actually didn't even
Didn't
touch
know
on
about
that. I don't know. It's just we had Jeff on one evening.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like just because of what appears to be not. And I don't know anything about it, but
I don't even.
he definitely shoots from the hip and speaks his mind and doesn't really care if he upsets people. But it sounds like okay, I'll just say this. I was going to talk too much about it, but I'll say this is that like you have a frog that's doing the AOK symbol, which has been co-opted by by the white supremacists as like a way to secretly like flash, the fact
Yeah,
that
I
you
didn't-
are
I didn't know
a
that.
racist
Yeah.
piece of shit to
Yeah,
each other.
yeah.
Right.
And I notice I'm doing this not because I feel that way, because I think people that actually are thinking that are pieces of shit, and I wish they weren't on this planet. But so the I mean, like, so like they actually had a picture. There's a picture of a frog that like actually like a real frog that actually like had its one of its front legs like that.
Yeah.
And so they use that as an inspiration for a card. And I don't know what the intent was. If it was just like a tongue-in-cheek, ha ha ha, isn't this funny? This frog's like weird, like flashing the sign, but doesn't realize he's flashing the sign.
Hmm.
But then on the Kickstarter page, they actually said something along the lines of, it's like, oh, this is somebody the frog. He thinks it's a-okay, just like, and it was definitely like a ha 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 ha, like that. And at best, it was fucking tone deaf.
Right.
Even it's like,
Right.
first of all, why even put that card in your game? Like, who's gonna think that's funny? Who's gonna think like saying, "Oh, look, it's and at worst, it means that you're signaling to your racist piece of shit friends that this is a cool game and I'm
Yeah.
racist, everybody." So that's your spectrum. And I'd like to believe it was just freaking tone deaf. And then if it's freaking tone deaf, it's just like it's like the first thing you say is like you when somebody says, "What the fuck is this? This is like incredibly insensitive, you piece of shit."
Right.
And you say, "You know what? We thought it was kind of funny because here's the picture of the original frog, and we thought it would be funny to put it in the game. We realize now
Right.
that's an incredibly poor mistake on our part. We apologize profusely.
Yeah.
And let us, we're going to remove that card. We're going to donate 5% of the money we make to this to the ACLU, something, right? You just
Yeah.
you immediately just say, we're very sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you don't double down and say, oh, whatever, get a grip. It's like, here's the actual picture. I guess this frog's racist now. No, shut up. Just shut up. Shut your mouth. But
Right.
as Wesley Snipes famously said in Blade, some motherfuckers always want to roller skate uphill. And it's just like so they just you could take the mentality of, let's just, I'm sorry, let me try to fix this. But
Right.
I don't think there's some people that just can't. They can't. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's just and Jeff, in my dealings with Jeff, it seems to be, I think he is a nice person, but then again, I've known a lot of nice people that ended up being jerks too,
Right.
they behind the scenes. So I guess I'd like to believe that he isn't a racist piece of crap, but I really
Right.
think he dropped the ball on how he handled this.
Yeah. I didn't read any of the follow-up stuff, like what his answers and stuff were, but sounds like they weren't good.
No, and I mean, from what I understand, there still hasn't been a specific statement like saying, "Wow, we screwed up.
Right.
We're so sorry." It's still one of those things of like, well, it'll just blow over.
Right.
When the right thing to do is just swallow your pride and just say,
Yeah.
I wonder how much
and what kind of
business
pride do you have over that? Oh yeah, we put a card in there about white supremacy.
Right.
I'm such a kidder.
Right.
What? Just like,
Right.
and if I was the designer of that game, I'd be like, and the thing is, the designer of the game was also part of like the thing. It was like, get a grip, get over it. You didn't say like, I mean, if I was the designer of that game, I mean, that's what worries me more than anything. Is that the designer of the game was just like, yeah, that's hilarious. I don't care. I mean, it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
It's bad optics. It's just not a, and I don't know. And now, and then from what I understand, Jeff has been escorted off the floor of Gen Con.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw that link. Yeah.
You just basically, Gen Con said you are not welcome here, and they've escorted him off and said, you can your booth space is still there. It's just you personally can't be here. So, with any of these situations, I always think I point to what happened to Stephen Broussard from Yellow when he had a situation at Gen Con where something bad happened and he was thrown out of Gen Con, and he approached it. No, I mean, basically, like, I mean, you can Google it up, but basically he approached it by saying, I was in the wrong.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm going to do. I am personally going to go to, sensitivity training. I'm going to go do this. This is how I'm going to better myself. This is until that time is done, I am not going to be at any conventions. I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. I'm also going to institute this for all my employees at Yellow, that they need to do this so we don't have any situation like this to ever happen again. I am deeply, deeply sorry. And it should never have happened. There's no excuse for what I did. And it just everybody was like, thank you for being honest and being straightforward and accepting accountability. And now, he's still with Yellow, and he goes to conventions, or theoretically will go to conventions, and I don't know, all these quiet, just not making any comments,
not saying a thing. Yeah, I wrecked my week pretty much last week.
Yeah,
I bet it did.
Yeah.
What wrecked your week?
All the stuff we just talked about. You just talked about.
Oh, because of all the garbage that was being said on BGG.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
That everywhere everything happens, right? Like, I mean,
anybody who's anybody. I know.
Right.
One of the people we talked about isn't allowed to post on BGG anymore.
Two of the people.
Lance, you finally put your foot in your mouth.
No, I
Sorry,
don't
Scott.
really post on BGG anymore.
I'm sorry, Scott. Can I please post again? I didn't mean it.
Actually, I wanted to talk about the Matrix. I didn't want to talk about that other thing. Whatever.
What about the Matrix?
The Matrix Revolution, the trailer.
Resurrection.
Oh, Resurrection.
Oh, I haven't seen the
What, the
trailer.
Pretty
Wachowskis?
awesome.
Wachowskis running out of money, or what?
Oh,
I'm just
decent
basically
trailer.
like,
It's only the one, isn't it?
Hmm?
Are both of them back, or is it just the one?
what do you mean?
I really
The
liked.
one, yeah.
I really like
The
Cloud
director.
Atlas, the movie Cloud
Yeah, it's
Atlas
one
by the
director.
Wachowskis. But man,
Or
they have not had
producers.
the Wachowskis just really haven't had a good movie since like Matrix 1. I mean, Matrix 2 and 3. I liked Cloud Atlas.
The
but
Cloud
Amigo.
Atlas was theoretically good.
It was
I
good.
liked
I
the book.
couldn't. Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be good, right? Like, it wasn't
Yeah,
garbage. Like, you got to
it's
put a
It's
lot
like
of effort.
what Dreams
Yeah,
May
there
Come
is
was
a lot of
supposed to be
thought put
good.
into
But
that.
You got to
one.
put a lot of
Yeah.
effort into that.
But
What else did they do?
Jupiter Ascending was not good.
No, that was not.
Speed Racer was not
Is
good.
that a Wachowski movie?
Yeah. Speed Racer was
Speed Racer has
not
its
good.
fans.
all right.
Yeah.
Good night,
Yeah.
everybody.
See you,
Good night,
Matthew.
Matthew.
Yeah, Matt.
See ya.
They just haven't they haven't made a good movie since. I think they made movies that made money.
Looks good to me, though. I mean, unless it's like,
Yeah, the trailer. did
all I
look
want
pretty
is
good.
just a new story. It,
Be right back.
it does suck that
Fishburne.
Agent
coming
Smith
up.
is not in it.
Yeah.
I'm fine with a new
Good bad guy.
No.
Morpheus,
Morpheus. Yeah.
Oh, they recast him.
but I thought
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
have the original Agent Smith would have been awesome.
The Agent Smith didn't come back.
Yeah,
Remember the guy who duplicated in the third or fourth one? I can't remember.
Yeah,
which one. Or the second or third
the
one.
bad guy basically,
Yeah.
Yeah,
the embodiment of
yeah, Agent Smith.
The
Agents
Matrix.
or whatever.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah. Yeah.
I actually
I'm
watched
waiting
it
to-
again the other night. It's pretty good. It's still great.
I'll have to watch that
It's
again.
so
I haven't
great.
seen it in so long.
I've
It's
been meaning
interesting-
to.
It's
It's just.
interesting too at the beginning of that movie. Like, I forgot a bunch of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he
mean,
gets caught at the beginning, right? And they put the bug in him and stuff.
Yeah.
Sounds
I remember that. I gotta think of.
I just remember
flavors.
that first feeling, that crazy, like when he gets zapped out of the Matrix for the first,
Right,
he's
and
back,
you're like-
and you're like, what in the fuck?
Yeah.
You had no one knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Dude,
I
that
didn't
movie was good. That movie
Yeah.
was good.
I remember staying up like hours after that movie's over, and we were just talking because I live with a bunch of dudes, and we're like,
Maybe we
that was
live
fucking
in a
awesome, dude.
Matrix.
Do you think we live in a Matrix right now? Yeah, exactly. 20-year-old conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's one
It's
I've been meaning to
great.
rewatch, but the second, third one, I don't know.
I thought the second
yeah,
one
I
was
don't know
okay.
about
I liked the chunky bits of it.
Yeah, there was
Like
some interesting stuff in there.
what was
I'm
the
trying
guy's
to. They
name?
blend in with me, the two of them. I just
Well, I think the second one was like the big underground orgy one. It was kinda
okay.
weird,
All right.
where you were
yeah.
like, oh, okay.
There was that scene where he's in with the guy, what's that guy's called name?
the
The
Prophet.
director?
No. Yeah, I
The
think it's director. Yeah.
director.
was it director? No,
I
it
think
doesn't
so.
sound
Right,
right.
he like has to find
Architect.
his way
The
into
Architect.
the
The
architect,
architect.
Yeah.
into a room. Yeah,
I thought,
yeah,
and I thought the two twins were awesome. I don't know. I like to.
there was some cool stuff. Yeah, for sure.
That car scene was awesome.
I don't remember. That's been so long.
They were like,
Yeah, I see it come on
they were
HBO
teleporting
Max.
into the back seat of the car and from the
Oh,
front seat to the back
right,
seat and all that stuff, and or teleporting into other cars.
right.
Yeah. And I didn't think three was
I don't
dumb.
remember the third one.
Yeah, the killing Trinity in a car was basically a car accident is really stupid. I don't see how they could have. Like I've watched Project Greenlight, and I can understand how movies can get twisted and transformed,
Yeah.
and stupid decisions getting made because they're on
Yeah.
such pressure to finish the stupid thing.
Yeah.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Matrix,
Matrix.
Oh,
3,
Matrix 3 is garbage.
killing Trinity in a car, basically what amounts to a car crash.
Yeah.
Like what? How do you do that? You don't even kill her in like defense of Neo or some kind of stupid like
What I like,
like-
what I like is somebody who had without a doubt it doesn't matter, but the first movie, which is amazing, right? You're just like, and like my running joke is the best thing about the Matrix is they only made one movie. Just like, so without a doubt, if it's my group of friends and we're watching the Matrix, we're hanging out together, and like the moment where spoilers, when you think Neo has died or whatever, and Trinity says, it's just like, you can't die because her prophecy was that like you can't die because I know you're the one, because they told me that's the person I'd fall in love with. Yeah, and then he comes back to life. Somebody in the room, because that's the power of love.
Yeah, there was some really bad decisions. I think it's just as far as like big plot points, but
yeah.
But I mean, no, seriously,
I like
seriously.
the idea of everything.
Yeah, right.
I like what was the other guy in 2 that was like the man? No, what was his name?
But what
Like,
have
does
the
he get the club?
Wachowskis? What have the Wachowskis done other than
I don't
know.
Like they did the
something,
Matrix.
right?
The Matrix is fantastic. 2 and 3 made money, but they weren't good. Technically,
Your cat's going fishing, man.
God damn it.
I liked Bound. I liked the Matrix. V for Vendetta was okay.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, V for Vendetta.
Speed Racer.
That's
I never
cool.
saw it. I never
I
saw
never
the
saw that
Invasion.
either.
Ninja Assassin, Cloud Atlas,
Yeah.
Google Me Love. I don't know what that is. And then Jupiter Ascending. I did not watch.
Wasn't
That was
good.
the
I think
Sounds like
she's
a
gotten a
sci-fi
couple
one.
of the neon tetras out of there. I've got to.
I know. I saw her up
Awesome
there looking, and I
numbers.
was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Going
What was that last
fishing.
one, Scott?
Oh, Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah,
I thought you said one after that.
That's garbage.
There was something called Google Me Love. It's a short film. Matrix Resurrections. Yeah, they haven't made a movie since 2015,
Oh wow.
And that was Jupiter
Um,
Ascending, right?
which was a bomb from what I remember.
Oh, it was garbage.
Yeah.
The movie's
I never
garbage.
saw it.
Yeah, it was bad.
That wasn't the one with like the young kid who was like a.
Mila Kunis, who, God love her. I don't think she could act her way out of a paper bag.
I like.
You can like her. I just don't think she was not put in a position to be successful. Like, and she was the second, and she only got the part because Natalie Portman quit.
Oh really?
And
Yeah.
then what's his face?
The guy from Jump Street.
And Magic Mike.
Yeah.
Tatum
Tatum?
Street.
Channing Tatum?
Blue Diamond Phillips.
No,
Channing Tatum.
Channing Tatum.
Oh.
Channing Tatum plays some like mercenary bounty hunter dog boy
Who could
guy
fly.
with rocket boots.
Yeah.
Who and then like Eddie Redmayne plays
Eddie
plays
Redmayne.
Eddie Redmayne plays an evil guy. They can only talk like this throughout the whole movie.
That's Eddie Redmayne, right?
Yeah, and you're
I,
just like,
I must have seen this. I must have
yeah,
seen
no,
this.
and it's just
Oh,
like,
you probably didn't.
and
Really?
I mean,
Okay.
I was
don't know
like,
any
it was
of
one of
his
those things where I was like, I saw it was on HBO Max when I read it. I was like, you know what, I
Yeah.
never saw this. I'll watch it. And
It
I
was
was
a
just like,
mistake,
oh
yeah.
my heavens,
Mhm.
this movie is horrible. I was just like, it's some weird like remake of Cinderella that it has a fantastic premise that like there is
Yeah.
this specific person on planet Earth that is the descendant of like space royalty,
Right.
and Mila Kunis is that person, so it's like a Cinderella thing,
Right.
and that and people want to like marry her, or like they want to like basically so they can then kill her, and then they would control the earth. And the reason they want earth is they want to take the
Right,
human
see
beings
this.
on earth and like melt them down to liquid that they can inject in their bodies that will like let them live forever.
Is that what it
Yeah.
is? Human blood is
Yeah. So
fountain of
basically
youth.
it's kind of like the Matrix, and like they're the batteries that keep things going or stuff like that, you know. But it's like, oh, like now the like
Sounds
Earth
like
will
the
be
Matrix.
the Earth will be our human immortality farm, where we'll just have them create humans all day long, and we'll melt their body down into goo that we'll drink and will let us live forever.
Sometimes you got him, man.
Yeah, I like
Drink-
Black Swan.
Drink them if you got them.
Marshall. Those were good movies.
No, I mean obviously they made the Matrix, so and that movie is pretty amazing.
It's one of those things where, like, if you're trying to do stuff that's different, like, you're gonna have some misses.
Yeah.
You know, it's I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of like with board games. Like, if you do something truly, truly different, people don't have a frame of reference for it. Right? You have to like do some. You have to take something that's pretty established and then just add a little something. Right? If you go too off the deep end, like nobody's gonna know how to interact with it. I don't know. I think.
What do you do, Evan?
I have high hopes for it. I think they probably learned a little lesson of maybe bringing the story back to its true origin, right, or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It really got out of hand. It really got out of hand with the Matrix 3. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Although, what are you going to do? You got this mega hit.
Right. You have to.
You
right.
probably don't have the whole story in your head.
No.
I mean, because it's easy to come up with a cool premise like that, but how do you finish that thing off without it just
Right.
being really cliche with like, oh, Neo just basically goes in and kills everybody in it and it saves the world.
Right. Because
like-
at a certain point, like it's like,
Yeah.
right. How do you stop Superman? Right. Like you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something has to give.
I still don't remember how it ended. I think
I don't remember
they had
either.
an understanding at the end or something. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
I can't remember. I
Yeah.
can't even remember the ending.
Which movie?
Didn't they
Matrix.
capture Neo, his physical body?
Well, no.
Sean Connery turned down the part to be the architect.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they totally got Sean Connery look-alike. I can't even
Yeah.
remember the end now.
I remember.
I just remember. Okay, so I thought there was some sort of negotiation or understandings, right? I don't know if I remember.
Yeah, I think there was, because he went inside and blew the light up and all that. Yeah, I think you're right, Scott.
Sounds true.
I mean, I like the idea of also Mr. Anderson coming back through the real world. That was cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. There was a lot of cool ideas, but like,
I don't remember
yeah,
it
so
well
many
enough.
of them just fell apart.
Well, I hope this new one's, kind of blows it out of the water. I think it'd be good.
Hey, let's see.
I mean, it looks good.
Who is it? Warner Brothers?
Yeah.
Do you know what studio? They usually let their people do what they want. Recently, yeah.
I suspect
Yeah.
the Wachowskis would not have it any other way.
Because a lot of times
Yeah.
the the company, the heads of studios and all that, chop the movies apart.
Right. Right, but with a movie like that, you gotta, yeah, I'm sure they're gonna go in and be like, we're doing it how we want.
Star
We'll give-
Wars.
yeah.
The last
We'll give-
three.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Scott, my wife likes your COVID policies for BGG,
Oh, okay.
by the way.
Cool.
Because she was like, it would be really hard to find something that's like perfectly in the middle that like fewer people hate, because you're gonna have this group of people that hates it this direction and this group of people that hates it this direction. And so like she was like, I think it's like a really good solid. Anyway, I'm sure
I'm gonna hate it either way. No, I'm gonna complain. I'm going on BGG tomorrow, right after I read them.
I'm excited, man. This will be my first con.
Oh, you're coming? Awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. I'll have to find you and say hi.
We'll have to. Are we getting the Glasscock thing this year, Barry? Or are we holding on to that?
No,
what is the deal with that? What is that?
I'm actually this weekend.
What happens to the Glasscock room stays in the
So I mean, not to jump on all these touchdown call here, but at the old location,
which is still a location, we use that.
Which is
we
used
still
for
have
BGG
convention
Spring.
there in spring.
Yeah. So
just still happening.
There's a special hallway that like it's not like really hidden or nothing like that. But there's like a special hallway that like basically there's a bunch of meeting rooms and things like that. And certain meeting rooms are dedicated to certain affluent, well-known Texas business
Texans,
Texans. And one of the people's happens to be their last name was Glasscock. And so
Nice.
and there's and so the nerve center of BGG where like Aldi hangs out and he deigns me the privilege of being able to be in there and grab a soda.
Awesome.
It's so that's the Glasscock room, and that's kind of like where we go and hide from like the noisy tumultuousness.
It's a private room.
Yeah, and so Scott and me and Keith and whoever will sit down there and we'll play games in the Glasscock.
That's awesome. Well,
yes.
You'll get a Scott.
Maybe once I come to enough of these, eventually I'll make my way into the Glasscock.
Well, there's no Glasscock room in the new one.
All right. Unless Barry brings that sign.
I'm going to mail it. I'm not going.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But no, I got to get a new bid. I wait for a bid coming in the mail.
Is
but
that
this weekend?
I can't remember if that's down the Innovation Hall or if it's down the. There's an Innovation Wing and there is what is the other wing called? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Did I ask you
it's
about
been so long since I've been there? I can't remember the name of the damn hole.
Did I ask you about the door? Is it metal or wood or?
I don't know. I think it's wet. I think it's metal.
Okay.
It's a hotel.
Oh, like how to adhere it.
Yeah, I'll put some magnets in it.
Anyway, I'm coming to BGG.
Yeah, so
I'm
Glasscock
excited.
is on the innovators wing. So there was a person named Glasscock, leadership
awesome.
wing.
I like it.
I know what they've done.
You're gonna have a horrible time with this shitty con, Evan.
No, it's gonna be fun,
It's
man.
the worst. BGG's is the worst.
It'll be fun.
It's no
Lance,
Gen Con. I'll give you that.
Lance, are you going? You're at BGG?
To what?
Are you going to BGG Con?
If Scott has a convention in November,
You're going.
I go. So I'm going to tell a story. And I say this with pride, actually. So the very first year that PAX Unplugged happened, I was working for TMG, and the first year ever that PAX Unplugged was at convention, I was like, that'd be cool. Go to the convention the first time they ever have it, and it happened to be scheduled at the exact right time as BGG. And so I had a choice when the powers that be, they said, well, you can go to BGG Con or you can go to PAX Unplugged. And I said, you know what, that'd be really cool. It'd be like the first time ever there's a PAX Unplugged, we're going to PAX Unplugged.
I went to that.
And so I actually said something along those lines, we PAX Unplugged. And like, I think Scott found out about it, and like about 20 minutes later, he sent me a text and said, "You're really not coming to my convention?" And then I was like, "Yeah, you did." And then I said, and then I thought about it for a second. I was like, you're right. It's just like because I still think. I know that they've said if you'll run PAX Unplugged, I'm not trying to stir up shit. I know they've said that like oh, if we could have had it any other weekend, we would have. We wouldn't want to try to
Right.
schedule it, but it did seem kind of crummy to me.
Right.
And I'll
Yeah.
just I'll say it because Scott's too nice to say it. It hurt his feelings that another convention like
Yeah.
just that went over it. I know Scott, like I said,
I
Scott's
mean, they
too
never
nice.
ever talk to us ever.
Scott's
Right.
too
Like
nice to say it.
the Penny Arcade or whoever runs that stuff never ever spoke to us or nothing to try to
That's
coordinate
weird.
anything.
That's weird.
Oh,
yeah.
and like there were maybe intermediaries and people that came to and like said, "Oh, Scott, they're really sorry," but nobody ever reached out to Scott. Nobody ever said,
Right.
"Hey, Scott, sorry." I mean,
Still hasn't happened.
And
Not that I
Right.
think really anymore. I don't
and then they've continued to do it again.
Here's the thing. It's a big, what do you call it? Convention hall convention.
Yeah.
If you want that convention, by all means,
Yeah.
have fun.
So ultimately,
Not my style.
Scott reached out and said, "You're really not going to come to my convention?" And it was just like, and I thought, and
Did I
like
make you feel
literally,
bad?
like I thought about it for like 30 seconds, and I was like, "No, I need to stay loyal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
I never got an email.
Go with the girl that brought me."
Yeah, right.
So
Yeah, man.
so
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to go. So I'll see you guys
It's a
there.
different.
I'm
They're
not
totally
there.
different. They're
I didn't know
totally
you got
different.
personal emails.
Oh man, Lost Berry.
But I do got to go. I've got
Too
a
much
meeting.
travel.
I've got a meeting with the publisher.
hey,
Yeah.
Evan, before you go,
Yeah, yeah.
I have a design I need that we're considering adding to our
1 a.m.
I need to
What
set up
is
a
it
play
you're
test
ready?
with you and Ryan.
Okay. Yeah. Totally.
I mean, I don't know what you guys' schedule are like, even like tomorrow or Friday.
Just to like check it out and see if you want to bring it on.
Well, I just want you to play it, yeah, and just like, and then give me some feedback on
Sure,
it. And
totally.
then,
That'd be fun.
yeah.
I could do Friday night.
Let me make sure my wife won't murder me if I schedule something for because I Saturday night we're playing D&D.
Okay. Right.
Let me tell you this is neither here nor there. So my daughter is a huge fan of like those like ghost hunter TV shows, even though she just makes fun of them all the time. She just thinks they're hilarious, but she loves the idea of paranormal investigations.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things ever was when we went to some local weird convention in town and there was like the local paranormal investigators and they were like showing off all these pictures of like this 7-year-old girl raised her hand like, "Yeah, you have a question?" And they're like, she's like, "That's not a ghost. That's just like the sun reflecting off the lens." And like the entire crowd just started laughing. And he goes, No. If you had seen it, you would have seen it moved. And she's like, "Yeah, I don't buy it." Just like, but anyway, so I ordered this like when the Zine Quest happens on every year on Kickstarter where people like put together a little RPG zine. I bought this, like somebody came up with a paranormal investigators game for like $10 and I bought it, and like as luck would have it actually showed up in the mail the exact same time while my daughter was watching like a ghost hunter show, and I was like, "Here, I got you this." And so like, yeah, she took it to school, she read the entire book, and she got
I remember that book.
yeah, and then she
Yeah,
got
they turned it into a full RPG, didn't they?
yeah, they did. And so now she got a group together. She's gonna have like 4 or 5 people over this weekend. They're gonna make characters and she's gonna run a paranormal. And she's like, "I gotta write the adventure, but I'm gonna have people come over and make characters." It's like, okay. And I was like, "Yeah, you can have people over to make characters for your
All right.
role-playing game group."
He's bugging me. I gotta go.
Yep.
See you guys.
go.
See you.
Yeah,
Oh,
go already.
shut it
Jeez.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you can shut it down. Cool. Well, another Wednesday.
Make sure to update your iPhones, everybody.
I don't have an iPhone. I have an Android, baby. I
iPad?
have a whatever a Note 8 is. It's like 4 or 5 years old, still clucking along. Somehow.
You have an iPad?
Nope, my kids do.
Might be worth updating. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, for me, losing my phone would be terrible. But
It would be a joy. For
I
me.
don't know. I don't know what the repercussions are of the iPads and all that stuff. But it's just an update, so you just press update and it'll work. It'll do it. Yeah, there was a huge data breach actually over the weekend.
Was there?
It was a company called Epic, EPIK. All their customers, all their financials, everything like completely hacked. Like, Jesus.
Technology.
All right. Well, hopefully something good happens at Gen Con.
People will go there, they will play games, and they will buy games, and they'll be
Yeah.
excited about them.
They'll
Yeah.
have a good time. Unlike that shitty BGG con. I wish it was just, it would be too much traveling this year. Like I said, we're going
Not a big
to Disney November 1st through the 6th or
You
something.
wouldn't want to
and,
be coming to BGG Con right after Disney.
and then
And then
right after
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, I'm going up the mountains for
Yeah.
a week. So it's just too much travel. Although I do need a time away from my wife. I enjoy my trip up the mountains.
What, do you have a cabin or something?
Yeah, we them guys go hunting. I don't, because I don't think I could shoot a shotgun anymore or a rifle anymore. But it was too expensive for being out of state. It was like, I think it was triple what an in-state hunting license would be, if I remember right. It would be like $200-$300 a year, which, I like supporting the outdoors and all that, but not that much. But my family goes up there. They go hunting, and I'll hang around the cabin with one of my other uncles from out of state. We'll go fishing or hiking if I can this year. We'll see. And stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool.
It's just
I'm sure it'll be fun.
Week with the boys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always is.
Next year.
Yeah, next year I'm gonna try.
Oh yeah, the that Escape WinterCon happened last week. That used to be the Dice Tower Con. Previous, the old owner or the previous, I don't know what situation, but the guy that split from Tom.
Oh, okay. All right. He
I know what you're
has
talking about.
Patrick.
yeah, well,
Where they had all the fancy sandwiches and sodas. No tepid lemonade for that convention.
No tepid lemonade.
Oh,
You
your
were
best.
I remember you told me how they fed you.
Ooh, Dice Tower.
Yeah.
They came by the booth and they asked us what we wanted. There was like a little menu. It was like it was usually like a sub sandwich, or I think a couple of times it was like chicken tenders and I was gonna say this. So, and I forgot to mention this.
I think in their contract they had to do some catering.
So this is a kind of a ridiculous story and ridiculous comment, but I was kind of hoping Forrest to be here so I could bounce this off of him and see what he had to say. But weird thing, I had to drive and I didn't tell the story. So I was driving to Mankato, Minnesota, which normally takes about 4.5 hours to get there. Of course, I ran into multiple areas of construction, which brought the highway down to 1 lane and reduced speeds to 40 miles an hour. Multiple places where they were fixing potholes with tar. So they had the big giant machines doing it. And then you had to move over and slow down to 40 for about a mile. And then you could speed back up to 80. And then you run into another one. You have to slow down to 40 for a mile, just over I was just nuts.
It's the whole country.
Shut up. Anyway, the whole point is that, and then as I'm driving down the road, I come up and there's this pickup truck in front of me, and there's tires of all sizes, big giant truck tires, car tires, everything, just crammed in the back of this place. Literally, people have been shoving these tires in, and there's probably, I'm guessing, between 15 to 20 tires crammed this. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Whatever. I guess he's taking it to the dump or something. Who knows, right? So he's going a little bit slower than me. So I pull off to the left to go through this place or whatever. And I'm starting to pass him by, right? And out of the corner of my eye, because I'm driving through Minnesota, and there's nothing but either trees or flatland all around us. And it's just, it's farmland and stuff like that. A freaking deer comes running off the side of the road towards the thing. Guy in the pickup truck sees the deer, swerves over into my lane. Thankfully I wasn't next to him when he did. Swerves in my lane to avoid it, swerves back. I can see him start to fishtail. He's like losing control. I'm like, holy crap, what's going on? Like, I didn't see the deer. I just thought it was this guy drunk. One of the tires pops out of the back of the thing.
Wow.
Like, literally, like, it's coming right at my car. And I'm like, holy
shit.
I was like nearly, I was going like 85, slam on the brakes, like literally like in the middle of a freaking highway. And now I'm going back and forth, like trying to, and then it like, it misses the front of my wife's Pilot. I'm guessing by about a half a foot. Hits the highway, boing, like flies over my car. I'm looking back like this. I'm like, just like, oh my
that's
God.
one of those things that causes those pileups, right?
Oh yeah. And I'm just like, and then I get control of the car, and then I see the deer run across this thing, running back into the median. I couldn't tell. Like my heartbeats were so fast, I couldn't. It was just like,
yeah.
And like
there was no beat. It was a solid.
Just I was just like, it was like, and then like I just started getting the shakes from the adrenaline.
Ooh.
I was just like, oh my heavens. And it was just like,
saw your wife flash before your eyes.
Oh no, I have my dog next to me, and she's like, oh, she was sleeping. I was like, it's okay. She's all amped up, slow down, and it's like, and then like, I went by the guy, and he's like this. Like, I wanted to say, you lost a tire.
So a deer caused all that?
Yeah, because the deer, he saw the deer, he swerved out of the way, tire flies out, nearly smashes my wife's car.
Deers are no joke.
It was a
yeah, we had a little, when we were driving up to DC, we went through a heavily wooded area, and it was like deer.
Yeah.
Shell had to hit the brakes pretty hard.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, man.
I lost a relationship over a deer once.
Oh, yeah.
Poor deer. Yeah, it's
shot a deer and
no, it wasn't. I was driving up the mountains, and I came around this blind turn, and there was a herd of them, and I hit the last one in the head, but didn't kill it.
Oh.
So I went I was in my truck, and I got the longest screwdriver I had, which is the only thing I could think of, and I put it out of its misery.
Right.
And then I gutted it and threw it in the back of the truck and took it to a place. When I say the mountains, I mean the Appalachians. It's deep, Tioga County. Like, these people were poor. I took it to a processing center there to give to the whoever needed it.
Just giving it away.
And I told her before I got out of the car, I said, don't get out of the truck. Don't look in the mirrors. And she got out of the truck and saw it, and just, I guess she couldn't see me the same way. I don't know, but
because you killed the deer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I was just thinking, put it out of its misery. Yeah,
for sure.
But yeah, that really upset her. I guess it would if you're not, I grew up with that,
yeah.
Which is odd, being that I lived in the city, but my uncles were all there. My one uncle especially, Joe. We were always fishing and hunting and all that.
You're hardcore.
But
totally. Not sure I could do it.
I wasn't sure till the first shot I could have taken, I didn't, because it happened to be a doe, which I was weary about to begin with. Pennsylvania they were trying to strengthen the herd, so they let out doe permits, which was unusual until this time. But it happened. The doe came up with 2 fawn, and the buck was behind them, and I just couldn't do it because there were reindeer. They still had spots. And then the second time, which was the actual kill, the first kill, I shot it. I thanked it for its life, and then I got it. It just had to go on. But
all right,
part of it, yeah. But part of it was I didn't know where my food was coming from, and this, like, I knew a cow, but I'm used to a steak in a shop, a shop right or something. This was me getting to know where the food came from, in a sense. To each his own.
All right.
Well, have a
Now,
good rest of the
now we
week,
can go to
everybody.
bed. I told my
Mhm.
story. But I don't know. See everybody next week. Be good. And if you're at Gen Con, or if you, I just want everybody to get home from Gen Con safe and happy and not sick. I do wonder this. What kind of tracking or trace tracking are they doing for all these football games or all these people are going to? All these baseball games all people are going to?
They're not tracking anything.
We'll just never know.
I mean, I got opinions about all this stuff, but I don't want to talk about them on the show.
Fair enough.
We've talked about it enough.